guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
What do you say? Lights, cameras, action. Here we go. Here comes a Friday. All right. Ready to roll. 5 full hours. Live from the secret bunker. Hey, good to have you with us. Hope you've had a good week. Yeah, I know. It's been a hot week out west, and it's going to be a hot Friday. And even right on through the weekend for some of our friends out west. Hey, at some point this past evening, a few hours ago, Death Valley hit 129 degrees. Wow. I mean, that's getting pretty close to the all-time record. It's hard to imagine. You know, they tell us that's the hottest temperature ever recorded. 134 was the record there in Death Valley. So getting close. And we start things off tonight. All right, we do have some concerns, some stronger storms actually pushing through central portions of Wisconsin and all over the southeastern corner of Minnesota. They're in Rochester, Minnesota. Yeah, the strongest storms at the moment are just to the east of Rochester. Then they extend all the way across Wisconsin, south of Wausau. But you got rain in Oshkosh. Some of these embedded thunderstorms are reaching severe limits. The rain's then crossing over the lake. Some of this is going to be pushing over into the lower peninsula of Michigan through the overnight hours tonight. So we do have a severe thunderstorm watch. It's encompassing about the southern half of Wisconsin, southeastern Minnesota, and some of these storms are expected to drop on into northeastern portions of Iowa. So again, we do have severe thunderstorm watches in place for that region. Then it's just the heat. The heat that's been baking the West much of this week. begins to shift off into central portions of the country. We actually have heat advisories for much of southern Illinois, right through the heart of Missouri, northeastern portions of Kansas for the upcoming day. Of course, you've got the red flag warnings, the heat advisories, excessive heat warnings continuing in the southwestern portions of the country. We'll get more on the heat coming up. But what we've been talking about through much of the past week is the potential for tropical development. Hey, we've already got a tropical storm warning issued late Thursday afternoon from much of the U.S. Gulf Coast. Now, I'm looking at pretty much most of the Louisiana coast, all the way across to the western tip of the Florida Panhandle. Storm hasn't officially even come to fruition, but they're certain it is going to. Here as we progress into the day, Friday. Tropical cyclone number 3, potential tropical cyclone number 3. Systems moving over the western Gulf of Mexico, moving north at 9 miles per hour. Sustained winds of 30 miles per hour. So it's about 9 miles per hour short of tropical storm force. Once it hits 39, it'll officially be dubbed Claudette. So let's see, according to the National Hurricane Center, weather system was 455 miles south of Morgan City, Louisiana, as of Thursday evening. So the tropical storm warning is in effect from intercoastal city, Louisiana, all the way over to the Alabama-Florida border. The New Orleans metro area is under the warning as well. Tropical storm warning goes into effect when tropical storm conditions are expected somewhere in the area within the next 36 hours. Louisiana's Governor, John Bel Edwards, has issued a state of emergency declaration ahead of the tropical storm conditions that allows the use of state resources to provide storm response aid. Forecasters say the system could further develop into a tropical depression or subtropical storm overnight tonight or early here into Friday morning. Further organization is possible right on through the day into Friday night. The potential for this to strengthen enough to be Tropical Storm Claudette. Yes, the third name system of the young 2021 Atlantic season, which would take place about 2 months ahead of average in the basin. Storm is expected to make a landfall along the Gulf Coast, most likely along the Louisiana coast, Friday night into early Saturday. I know, weekend is rolling around. A lot of folks have plans to go to the beach and whatnot. Well, with your outdoor plans, if you're planning on camping or going to the beach, probably need to start considering alternatives in much of the southeastern states this week, and not just the coastal areas, because we're going to see these stormy conditions. As of Thursday midday, we had clusters of showers and thunderstorms over the central and western Gulf of Mexico and southeastern Mexico. It's rather disorganized still at this point in time. While there continued to be a low-level circulation evident over the southwestern Gulf, winds blowing in different directions in the atmosphere, wind shear, has continued to prevent organization and gathering of moisture near the center of the storm, just above the surface of the water. The same disruptive winds at mid-levels of the atmosphere, forcing a significant amount of dry air into part of the poorly organized storm. Forecasters believe, though, enough organization is going to take place as this drifts northward into the day, Friday into Friday night, that we will see either a tropical or subtropical storm form. So what is a subtropical storm? A subtropical storm has both tropical and non-tropical characteristics, based largely on the temperature structure near the core of the system. A tropical storm has warm air throughout the core. Strong winds are relatively compact. A subtropical storm has some of those characteristics. Yes, strong winds tend to be much more spread out from the center when compared to a true tropical storm. So, since the dry air and the wind shear will remain prevalent, strengthening beyond a moderate tropical storm is highly unlikely. There's a chance this system could even stop short of actually reaching tropical storm strength entirely. Regardless of the official classification, National Hurricane Center says heavy rain, gusty winds, and severe thunderstorms will continue to be skewed probably to the eastern side of the storm until it progresses inland over southeastern Louisiana, southern Mississippi, and Alabama this weekend. That means rain, gusty winds, stormy conditions in general will proceed at the center of the storm, but by many hours. Deteriorating conditions beginning later today ahead of the projected landfall early Saturday morning. Due to the lopsided nature of the storm and some of the dry air already on the storm's western side, they're telling us southeastern Texas will most likely be spared the heavy rain. Could see some sporadic showers and thunderstorms into the weekend, but seas will indeed be building. That will make for hazardous conditions for small craft and dangerous rip currents for the beaches over much of the Gulf. Some minor inundation of low-lying coastal roads may occur for a time on the eastern side of where the center makes landfall by about 100 miles or more because of the sprawled-out circulation. Now, the risk of severe thunderstorms, including isolated tornadoes and waterspouts, will be increasing near and east of the center where the storm makes its move way inland. At first, the tornado risk will be confined to the Interstate 10 corridor in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and the Florida Panhandle. It may expand northeastward over the southeastern states as the weekend progresses, perhaps even into early next week as well. Once inland, though, the heavy rain will begin to expand on the northern side of the storm. The greatest risk of gusty winds, severe thunderstorms, and sporadic downpours over the southeastern side of the storm. Since the storm is forecast to continue to move along a steady pace after reaching the Gulf Coast, we're not looking at some of these 40 to 60-inch rainfall totals like we saw with Harvey over southeastern Texas back in 2017. That was disastrous flooding. Houston and Port Arthur, Texas. There will, though, be a rather broad area of 6 to 12-inch rainfall totals, forecast of up to maybe 20 inches in some areas. In some cases, rain will be coming down at 1 to 2 inches per hour for several hours, and the expected rain combined with the wet ground and the elevated stream and river levels from the previous rains through much of the month of May will likely lead to flooding. Parts of Louisiana and Mississippi have already picked up 1 to 2 feet of rain since the start of May. At the very least, flooding of streets, highways, low-lying areas, with the potential for some significant rises on the bayous and rivers above existing elevated levels prior to the storm's arrival. So watching the Gulf Coast, flood watches in place through much of southern Mississippi, south central, southwestern Alabama, and all that's going to be expanding further to the north as we head on into the weekend there. Meanwhile, the other item we've been talking about literally all week long has been the heat. Going back to Wednesday evening, we touched on the fact that Death Valley had hit 125 degrees. According to the National Weather Service, real field temperature felt like 130 degrees. This past day, California's governor declared a state of emergency in California due to the extreme heat. Record highs recorded in Death Valley, as well as Needles, California, Barstow, California, Las Vegas, Kingman, Arizona, Bishop, California this past day. Each of those locations topped their previous record high temperature, with Death Valley apparently, according to AccuWeather, reaching 128 degrees. Death Valley is certainly living up to its name. Caution, outdoor activity is potentially life-threatening in this kind of heat, and it continues on through the day here Friday and into the weekend. Now, I had from the CBS affiliate there in Los Angeles, Dateline Death Valley National Park, one of the hottest places on earth. Nearly set a new record Wednesday after hitting, it says, 129 degrees. Death Valley park officials have been warning visitors. Daytime highs, it could reach 128. Far from scaring off people, the extreme heat is actually drawing some tourists. Some even lingered near the thermometer just outside what is known as the Furnace Creek Visitor Center to see if the temperature would go even higher. There was one couple this past day that traveled to Death Valley to celebrate their 25th wedding anniversary. What fun that must be. We're here from Vermont, which is a much different climate. It rarely gets anywhere close to this warm. But just to see this place, the destination, the views, the history of the place, we think it's worth every minute. The highest temperature ever recorded in Death Valley, again, was 134 back in 1930. Death Valley approached that record when it hit 130 degrees last August. They set several other heat records last summer as well. But park officials warn visitors throughout the summer, if you're going to visit Death Valley, carry extra water, eat salty snacks, stay on paved roads, stay inside the car to enjoy the vistas and the overlooks. Fire restrictions are in effect for the park, with fires prohibited at Wild Rose, Thorndike, and Mahogany Flat campgrounds there. Controlled flame devices like portable stoves, lanterns with shutoff valves that use gas, jellied petroleum, or pressurized liquid fuel are still allowed to be used by campers. So I guess you've got like your Coleman lantern. You are allowed to use that. Your Coleman stove, you're allowed to cook on that. But like no open campfires, those sort of things. All right, so there's a quick look at our weather around the country. Let's jump over to some of our industry headlines. Heads up for next week. Law enforcement agencies in 4 southern states will be joining forces for a major enforcement effort designed to reduce commercial vehicle crashes. Seems like there's always some sort of an enforcement blitz going on for the commercial truck drivers out there. June 22nd through the 24th. The Georgia Motor Carrier Compliance Division will partner with law enforcement in South Carolina, Florida, and North Carolina for a high-visibility traffic enforcement detail targeting the southeastern I-95 corridor, where the agency says that 13% of the nation's fatal commercial vehicle collisions occur. Traffic enforcement effort dubbed Safe Drive. Distracted, reckless, impaired visibility enforcement. That's what DRIVE stands for. They'll be targeting both truckers and passenger vehicles. On the lookout for aggressive driving, speeding obviously, tailgating, seatbelt usage, distracted driving. With respect to the commercial motor vehicle drivers, officers will also be checking for hours of service compliance, driver's license compliance, medical certification, and commercial motor vehicle credentialing. The Georgia Department of Public Safety says we're excited to be part of this initiative to make it safer for everyone to travel through the state. We are committed to reducing dangerous driver behaviors like aggressive or distracted driving, educating all the motorists, both passenger vehicles and commercial vehicles, on how to share the road safely. They offered a few tips for the passenger vehicle drivers. They're looking at how to share the road with trucks. Stay out of the blind spots. Large trucks and buses have huge blind spots on all four sides. Pass safely. Make sure you can see the commercial vehicle driver in their side mirror. Signal clearly and safely pass the truck or bus. Do not linger in the blind spot. Make sure the truck or bus is visible in your rear view mirror before you move over in front of the vehicle. Do not cut off large vehicles. It takes a large truck traveling at highway speed the length of 2 football fields to stop. And obviously, do not tailgate. Tailgating a truck or bus puts you in a blind spot. Now, they already give us advance notice. Officials have similar traffic enforcement plans. Another event coming up in August 3rd through the 5th. And then again in October 5th through the 7th. Safety blitzes all around the country. All right, it is a Friday. Our number, 844-3388. Let's see who's checking in this morning. Let me flip over the page here. All right, Colton's with us this morning. Hello, Colton. He was just waiting for that midnight hour to roll around. He was first out of the box. Who is happy for a Friday, he says. I think we all are. Good Friday morning. David checking in. Pick up a load of liquid sugar in South Bay, Florida. Everybody have a great weekend. Pappy with us tonight. Good evening, overnighters. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Richard checking in from Central Florida, 73 degrees. Hello, Steve and all. Marianne checking in this Friday. Have a great one. Captain Ron checking in. Let's get Friday done so we can get closer to Monday. Thank you. 78 degrees near Lake City, Florida tonight. John checking in. Excited for some severe weather in Ohio, finally. Why would you be excited about severe weather, John? Are you like one of those storm watcher kind of guys? Yeah, I do know that they do tell us. I think it's that disturbance that's moving through Wisconsin, Minnesota, moving into Iowa, is going to continue to drift south. And I did catch on our local forecast this past afternoon that by later on Friday evening, it could be, even after the sun goes down toward, 10 o'clock, somewhere in that time frame, we could see some of those stronger storms making their way through parts of the Ohio Valley. So we'll have to keep an eye on things there. Happy Friday. Safe travels tonight, my friends, from Melissa. Justin here in Indy once again. Good morning, morning, Steve. Monty Python says, good morning, Your Honor. Happy Friday. Have a great weekend. Enjoy that pool. Eskimo Mom on I-71 in Kentucky, where it is 71 degrees, clear for now. Can you give us updates on the enhanced severe weather risk in Ohio, Indiana, Illinois for later today? Yeah, I'll try to pull that up for you because they are kind of highlighting the risk for some of those stronger storms. Let me see here. Who we got? Oh, there's Paul checking in. Double R. Good morning, Double R. Good to have you with us. Judy just got out of 30-day Facebook jail. What did you do this time, Judy? Did you say something bad about Biden? Darlene is with us. Good evening, Mr. Steve. Mr. Smith's daughter checking in from Rockville, Indiana. Exciting day. We had an earthquake that measured 3.8. At first, we thought someone had crashed into the building I was in. Then we thought an explosion at a big business might have occurred across the street. No, but you are correct. Yes, I think I did print that up somewhere in the mixture. It was a 3.8. It was felt as far away as Chicago. This is over in western Indiana, pretty close to the Illinois line, I believe it was. So, yeah, I didn't feel anything here. I was actually out and about that time of day, a little after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Crazy Ray checking in from West Michigan, 75 degrees this glorious Friday morning. A little warmer than you were last night, Ray. You were down in the 50s at this time 24 hours ago. Greg says, howdy, Steve. It's a blistering 63 degrees here in southeastern Hoosier Daddy State. Glad to see you back, Steve. Be safe out there, drivers. God bless America. And heat wave, good morning from Barstow, California. 101 degrees, headed to the mile high, and then the apple. Hey, Hank, give me a holler. Hank, heat wave wants you to give him a ring. All right. Morning, Steve. Tank checking in. Happy Friday. 84 degrees here tonight in eastern Oklahoma. Wow, you guys are baking. I'll be at the Home 20 later this morning. Everybody truck safe. Have a good weekend. And one more morning from the Toyota plant in Georgetown, Kentucky. Getting ready to go hooked to my wagon. Y'all have a good day and a great weekend. Oh, Kyle's with us tonight. You got some racing action this weekend? I believe you do. Isn't this the bracket racing weekend, Kyle? I'll pull that up. And he does have a big racing weekend coming up next weekend, once again. So after a weekend off, Kyle's got to get back to business. Get out there to the track and enjoy some racing. All right, we'll get to your calls here again at 844-844-3388. Cool Breeze, it's been a while since you got to be first out of the box. What's happening, Cool Breeze?
Hey ho, Steve Areno. Welcome to the land of bikinis and Cigar City, where it's a beautiful 75-degree evening because we had rain all afternoon, it's our rainy season, so it generally rains every day about the same time.
Yeah.
And beautiful, though. Beautiful. It's a nice 75 degrees outside right now. I'm fixing to go walk the dog pretty soon. But I don't even know why I called in, Steve. I just called in because I wanted to talk to you.
Oh, well, that's good. That's good to hear from you.
I'm glad you're glad to hear from me. And I hope the other listeners out there are glad to hear me, too. I'm feeling better today than I was the other day when I called in. I'm a retired truck driver. In case anybody out there doesn't know, I've been talking to Steve for 25, 30 years, I guess, on the air. And I actually talked to you when you answered the phone for your dad way back when. But
Yeah.
that was many moons ago. And yay, it's Friday.
Getting ready for anything on the slate for your weekend, Cool Breeze? Are you getting back out and about and enjoying life there now the pandemic's kind of winding down?
Yes, I am. Indeed, I am. I've been sitting at home doing without a car for over a year, and I went out this past week and bought me a almost new vehicle. And it's been sitting in the driveway but at least it's tempting now. I can get out there and get in and go somewhere, where the last year I haven't had anything to go anywhere with. But, I splurged a little bit and got a big old Yukon, not to advertise anything special for anybody or nothing, but, and it's going to be a big difference from driving the little Toyota Prius I was driving before that almost killed me. But that's a whole nother story for another night.
You've had your fair share of incidents in recent years, haven't you? Had the bike accident and then the Prius incident.
Yep. And before the motorcycle accident, I crashed a bicycle. That was a hard one to explain. Everyone's going, yeah, he was on a bike. No, I was on a regular bicycle and dumped off of the bicycle and fractured my hip I've triple fractured my hip. But that was like 5-6 years ago.
Wow.
But 4 years ago, it was a motorcycle accident. None of these accidents have been my fault whatsoever. It's always the other driver's fault. But as we all know, if you're out there holding on to the steering wheel, you got to watch all those other idiots on the road. It's so much fun. And on a motorcycle, it's especially careful because something happens like literally every 15 seconds on a bike. You'll get out of one situation and you'll be right into another situation where somebody's cutting you off or trying to run you over. And half of them don't see you and the other half don't care if they see you or not. And I think the DOT has a good thing in mind there of their crash. Their DOT, their crash DOT thing, whatever that is that's going on that you were just talking about. And when you're passing or around a larger vehicle, just get away from it. Don't linger around the vehicle at all. Don't be worrying about whether you're in his blind spot or not. Just go on down the road and get away from him. We don't want you hanging around us. Just go on down the road. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Could it be said any better, Steve?
That is 100% correct. That's right. The words of many years of experience out there on the road. Well, Cool Breeze, great to hear from you. Have a great weekend. Get out and enjoy. All right. Yeah, it is. It's Pennsylvania this weekend. I'm assuming Kyle's actually there because they got things started yesterday, Thursday. In what was a long-running comic trip beginning in 1907, the cartoonist Bud Fisher created the concept of two mismatched characters, Mutt and Jeff. Over a decade ago, two almost similarly unlikely friends, Paul Burris and Dylan Griffey, began racing together, known as Mutt and Jeff. Now, 7 years later, their Mutt and Jeff Promotions races have been on the minds of bracket racers in the northeast corner of the country. As we speak, hundreds have descended on Pennsylvania's Beaver Springs Raceway or Dragway to do battle for thousands of dollars in prizes, along with more in random product and giveaway awards. Action started this past day with the $10,000 to win race, followed by a 32-car dragster shootout. Friday, today, the ante is actually upped to $20,000 to win, followed by another $10,000 to win race on Saturday. Saturday will also feature a 32-car door car shootout. We're always looking forward to visiting Beaver Springs Dragway. According to Burris, the track owner, Mike McCarron, has done such a great job transforming the facility into a great place. Taking care of his customers is paramount. Can't wait to get the party started. In addition to the purse, we got a whole handbag full of product awards from a variety of sponsors. Friday night, we'll also have a racer appreciation party with food. A DJ will be there playing music. The success we've had over the years has to be credited to the great staff we have, in addition to the Beaver Springs staff. According to Burris, without them, all this would not be possible. This year will also mark Mutt and Jeff's Fall Brawl at Mason-Dixon Dragway in Maryland, coming up on October the 8th through the 10th. Pre-entries for that event will actually open this weekend, Saturday, June the 19th, online at muttandjeffpromotions.com. Or if you're there this weekend, you can actually do it this weekend there at Beaver Springs Dragway. The format for that event will follow pretty much the same as this weekend. $10,000 to win Thursday, $20,000 to win Friday, $10,000 to win on Saturday. All right, so good times. Big racing weekend once again for the straight line racers there in Pennsylvania. We'll get back to your calls. Lone Ranger's checking in this morning. Got you coming up next, and it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden has made Juneteenth the nation's 12th official holiday. June 19th marks the day in 1865 when Union soldiers told slaves that they were free.
This is a day of profound, in my view, profound weight and profound power. A day in which we remember the moral stain, terrible toll that slavery took on the country and continues to take.
It's the first new federal holiday since Martin Luther King Day was created in 1983. The Supreme Court has dismissed a challenge to the Affordable Care Act. The justices ruled that Texas and other Republican-led states, as well as two individuals, had no right to bring their lawsuit to federal court. The ruling, which was written by liberal Justice Stephen Breyer, didn't decide whether the individual mandate was unconstitutional. This is USA Radio News.
Why do you think bank presidents and jewelry store owners trust ADT to protect their homes and businesses? Because they feel safe, and you can too. How would you like to monitor your home from fire, floods, and yes, robberies without even being there right from your smartphone? That is peace of mind. You may even save money on your homeowner's insurance just by having an ADT system installed. And there's even a money-back guarantee. How about that? We guarantee 100% satisfaction. You have nothing to risk. Why do you think people who have so much to protect trust ADT? Because it works. Call right now for a free quote. We'll even give you a free gift for calling. So pick up your phone and call Protect Your Home, an ADT authorized premier provider now.
800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. That's 800-818-0191.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, coming up, we'll get to some of the other industry headlines. Lots to cover as we make our way to a Friday. Oh, there's the Lone Ranger. What's going on, Lone Ranger? Long time no talk.
Well, yeah, I'm on a little road trip. My part-time job's turned into a full-time job, and I made a mistake of telling the boss I used to drive over the road, so he flew me down to Florida to pick up a BMW Mini Cooper, which I'm driving at night so nobody recognizes me because this is not my style of car, but here it is. I feel like I should be wearing John Lennon sunglasses and a tie-dye shirt and having a peace sign hanging off the mirror here. Beaver Springs has been there a long time. It's in the middle of nowhere, right in the middle of the state. And first time I went there, I guess it used to be in the middle of nowhere, and now there's houses. If you go there, here's what happened to me first time I went there. GPS says to me, you reach your destination. And I'm sitting in the road looking at houses on either side. I said, wait a minute, there's something, this GPS must be messed up. So there's a guy out cutting his lawn right there where I'm sitting. I got in, I said, hey, isn't there supposed to be a drag strip around here someplace? He goes, yeah, it's right behind my house. I said, what? There was a little lane that went between the two houses, and it was behind. I was standing in front of his house. I couldn't see it. I felt like an idiot. But anyway, it's a real neat place. But you're correct. The guy that owned it sold it to one of the guys that used to race there all the time. And that, he knew what he was doing. He really made some improvements. It's a really neat place to go to.
Huh.
And real close to that, I think it's in Center County. It's about right in the middle of the state. But real close to that is a place called Penn's Cave. And it's one of those caves with the stalactites and stalagmites and all that kind of stuff. But you go through in a boat. It's like it's a lake. And you go through the cave and then you come out into this lake. So we were out there one time, and I was talking to a kid in the gift shop. They got a nice little gift shop. I'm walking around. She's looking at stuff. So I said to this kid, I said, "Boy, it's really a nice place." So I had heard, well, it's true. You know who used to live in Beaver Springs? Now he's dead. Davy Jones of the Monkees.
Really?
Had a horse farm in Beaver Springs, Pennsylvania.
Wow.
Yep. So anyway, I'm in Penn's Cave, and I said to the kid, I said, doesn't Davy Jones, live right around here? He goes, that's weird that you said that, because 2 weeks ago he was here. I said, what? He says, yeah. He said, we didn't say nothing to him, but we knew who he was. He's real short. You can't miss him. He had a big jacked up black Ford pickup, and he said he came in, he had a video camera. He was taking a video of the gift shop and different stuff. And everybody knew who he was, but they were afraid to say anything to him, starstruck. But yeah, that's where he lived when he died. He died pretty young. I think he was 50-some years old. But in the whole tri-state area, Maryland, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, there's a lot of old drag strips. You've got, old drag strips. In New Jersey, you have Island Dragway, you have Atco Dragway. You used to have Englishtown, and that was built in 1959. And that's where, I think it was Connie Kalitta's son got killed. Did Scott Kalitta get killed? Is that one of them that got killed? Anyway, one of them got killed at Englishtown drag strip. And the way it's configured, it used to be in the middle of nowhere also. Then they started putting housing developments in. Of course, you know how people are. They move to an area. The drag strip was already there, and they start complaining about the noise. Now, the noise was there when they bought the house, but they make it all about them, self-centered. So they complain. And then when that drag racer got killed, he was doing, they used to have the Summer Nationals there. It was a big deal, drag strip. And his parachute didn't open, and he went right through the barrier. Pension Road runs right across at the end of the strip. He went across Pension Road, and his engine wound up in somebody's front yard in the development. The force of 300 miles an hour just kept things going for a long time, and that was pretty much the beginning of the end, because they said, if a little kid would have been out in the yard and all this stuff. So anyway, it's not a drag strip anymore. It's still there, but they rented the property to a car dealer, and he's using it now. But Maryland, you have the one you mentioned, Mason-Dixon. You have Cecil County down off of 95. That's an old one. But now, and you never believe, I flew out, yesterday morning to come down. They flew me down to Sarasota to pick up this BMW. I'm on my way back now. But I saw it firsthand. You've been hearing about these illegals. They're taking them out of those facilities on the border and moving them around different places in the country, so it doesn't look like a big problem anymore.
Right.
Well, I'm sitting there. Now, my flight left at 6:30. I had to be there 2 hours early. So, 4:30, I'm sitting there drinking a coffee. And all of a sudden, this Hispanic male comes in just wearing a white T-shirt, pair of jeans, Behind him was about 30 other young male Hispanics. They had some, backpacks and stuff, and they were all speaking Spanish. They walked through like ducks in a row, and they were just following him, and they didn't talk to him. They didn't say nothing. They went right upstairs to the ticket counter, and I said, "Look at this! I'm witnessing this firsthand."
Yep.
I don't for sure if that's what it was, but it almost had to be. So this thing with these illegals, they're sneaking them around the country and placing them in different areas to keep it from looking like a bad problem at the border, because they were accumulating too much at the border. But now, on the topic of truck crashes, since I came back on the road part-time, I'm not driving an 18-wheeler. I got a company pickup with a car trailer. I run around picking stuff up, and cars, motorcycles, jet skis, ATVs, mules, whatever they have. In fact, the guy just bought a jet ski, and I have to go down to Long Beach Island, which is below Seaside Heights in New Jersey. And he doesn't have a trailer, so he wants me to come down with his jet ski on a trailer. He's got a dock behind his house. That's a big bucks area down there. What's her name? Howard Stern's sidekick. Robin Quivers lives there because a friend of mine works in her house. So anyway, my job is to go down there with his new jet ski, $15,000 on the trailer, and I have to back it in to the bay and let him take it off the trailer, and he's going to put it at his dock and then come back with my empty trailer. That's going to be my job for the day. But the topic of these truck crashes, the whole time I was working, I used to always get upset when people, those, mad and crash and all those goofball special interest groups always blaming the trucks when it was an accident. And I would always stick up for the truck drivers because the statistics showed that 80% of truck crashes were caused by vehicles other than the truck. Well, I hate to have to say this, but I think that has changed. Now, I don't know what the latest percentage is. Maybe you can find it. I'm driving, I can't do it. But I've been seeing the deterioration of the quality of truck drivers since I've been back out here. And I mean terrible. And it's some of the same things that I was starting to complain about before I retired, but it's gotten worse. The number one safety hazard that I'm experiencing that involves trucks and problems caused by trucks, number one, is truck drivers who ride in passing lanes when they're not passing anyone. Now, I unfortunately have to spend a lot of time in the Northeast, New Jersey, New York, Connecticut. I'm on Long Island. I'm always Interstate 78, Interstate 80, Interstate 287, all in New Jersey. Pick the one you want. I see guys, and the biggest offender is the container haulers that come out of Port Newark. Interstate 78 ends at Port Newark, right there in Newark, New Jersey. Turnpike runs north and south, and 78 runs east and west. These guys come onto the highway, and I'm not talking rush hour. I'm talking 3 o'clock in the morning. Pick your time, doesn't matter. And some of those containers are pretty heavily loaded. They're loaded to the roof. Even the short ones, sometimes they got a $50,000 payload in those little short ones. Anyway, they get on the highway. They camp out in the middle lane all day long. They are in the middle lane. And I sit there, I watch the truck drivers. Now, this probably doesn't pertain to 95% of your audience, because your audience is, in my opinion, from my experience, is truck drivers that know what they're doing. So this probably doesn't apply to anybody listening to your show. But anyway, I watch this, and I watch the guys, different people have different schedules, and you run into problems. You might want to make a little time. These guys will not move out of the middle. I just saw it on this trip, all the way from Sarasota. I'm in North Carolina now. These guys, they come up on a slow truck in the middle lane, and sometimes he's right next to a truck that's in a right lane, and then they start stacking up. You'll see 10, 15 trucks in a row behind this one guy that's camped out in the middle lane. And they either have to pass on the right, which isn't safe because it's blind spots, or they have to get out in the left lane where trucks are not allowed. Especially in New Jersey, I see trucks in the left lane all the time now because that's the only way they can get around these center lane campers. They ride that center lane, and the other thing I'm seeing, what I'm seeing is the habits that used to be unique to four-wheelers have now transferred to truck drivers. The other one is when a lane is going to be closed, the truck drivers used to always get over ahead of time. It says left lane closed. Everybody would move to the right lane, slow down, go through, no problem. Now, I just saw it today. Everybody's in line, construction, and I was in Georgia. And we're all sitting in line, single file, waiting our turn. And here comes this truck flying up the right lane, all by himself. No car, just him, one truck. He comes flying up in the right lane, which is about to be closed, and he gets right up to the electric Indian, the arrow, and then he puts his left signal on after passing a half a mile of people that are being courteous, and he wants somebody to stop and let him over. Now, I don't have another CB radio in a long time, but I can't imagine what people were saying because nobody was letting them over. But see, that's something that a truck driver would never do. And now I'm seeing truck drivers do it almost more than the four-wheelers. And that never happened before. And then the third thing, of course, is these LED headlights and the LED fog lights. Some of these guys, they put the LED headlights on and then turn on the LED fog lights, and it literally blinds you when they're coming the other way. Now, why you need fog lights when the stars are shining, I don't know. I guess they think it looks cool. But a guy that lives right in my town, nice older gentleman, great guy, he had an accident because it wasn't a truck, but a car was coming at him with those LED lights, fog lights. The guys with the big jacked up pickups, they think that's macho, having all them lights on. I guess it's sort of in a roundabout way. I guess it's a penis extension because I make fun of him, tell him you must have a little one because you got to try to make up for it with your big truck. But anyway, he got blinded to the point where he went off the road and hit a tree. And he had one bad eye, and it ruined his other eye. Now he's blind.
Wow.
And it was because of somebody had those LED lights he absolutely couldn't see. And he's an older gentleman, but he's not that old. He's got a driver's license. He got a new Jeep too, wrecked a brand new Jeep. So my point is the truck drivers, I think, probably are a higher percentage of fault. I don't know what the latest statistics are as far as percentages, which vehicle caused the accident like we always used to talk about. But I will tell you that the quality of truck drivers has gone downhill since I came off the road. I mean, bad, real bad.
Wow.
The lack of consideration is terrible, really terrible. And the other thing, I go into truck stops once in a while, I get a coffee or something. And a lot of times, even though I run a truck gasoline, Hemi Dodge, I go sometimes to truck stops are the cheaper place to get gas, so I go in there. And probably about 3 out of every 5 times when I'm in a truck stop, I hear the same announcement. Will the driver of so-and-so truck please move your truck away from the pumps? There's drivers behind you that want to get fuel. Now, I used to hear that announcement 20 years ago. It's never gotten any better. So my point is truck drivers used to be a lot more considerate than many of them, not all, are. And the other thing I'm seeing in truck stops, you can't hardly find too many truck drivers in some areas that speak English. I mean, I'm looking around, I feel like I'm in a foreign country sometimes when I go on a truck stop. You guys with the sandals and the Bermuda shorts and speaking what language I don't even know. And some of them get a little bit nasty with the lady at the fuel island. If they can't get them right out of there, they get all, rude with them. And the last thing you got a few minutes?
Go ahead.
I never owned a BMW, never wanted to own a BMW. It's just too yuppie for me. So anyway, I picked this thing up. Nice car. And I noticed the check engine light was on. This thing has a speedometer right in the middle of the dash, and the tachometer is right in front of the steering wheel, which that doesn't make sense either, but that's what it is. So I took a picture of the check engine light because when you buy these things at the dealer auction, they have to declare what's wrong with the car. They give the car a score. So I called them up and I said, did they declare this engine light being on, because who knows what that is, especially with a BMW. They're expensive to get worked on. He said, no. He said it wasn't in there. So I said, well, I'm going to take a picture of it and I'll send it to your phone, because that way the picture will be recorded with the time and the date, so they can't say it happened when I got 1,100 miles back home. So I did that. So I'm driving along. This thing flies. This little thing, it flies. So I'm driving along, engine light's on. I'm wondering, I'm hoping nothing happens because I'm pretty far away. So I get off an exit, and all of a sudden, there's a little square box here below the tachometer, and there's a digital speed on it. Well, where that digital speed is, I stop at the light, and did you ever see those little oil lights when you need oil? It looks like Aladdin's lamp with oil dripping out of the front of it.
Yep.
Now, I've never put oil in a car with an Aladdin's lamp, but that's what the picture looks like. That comes on. I said, oh boy. So I get in the service station. I check the oil. A BMW Mini Cooper has a dipstick. The bottom of the dipstick is some type of a brown composite material. It's not all metal all the way down like a regular car.
Yeah.
And you're trying to see the level of brown oil on a brown dipstick.
Uh-huh.
And you almost can't. So I'm thinking, how am I supposed to find out this thing needs oil? I can't even see the oil on a dipstick. And it was wet, but I couldn't see where the line was. So I thought, well, good old Google. I Googled, how do you check the oil in the BMW Mini? And I'm feeling stupid because I'm thinking, it's probably going to come back, figure it out, moron, or something. Here, there's a regular YouTube video from a BMW shop, and it says how to check the oil in the BMW Mini. And the guy says, it's hard to see, pulls it out. But the other thing with this engine, the way it's designed, he said you get a false reading. Because I checked the oil before I left. I checked everything. I had to bring a tire gauge. And he said, when you pull the dipstick out, the tube goes down and it slings down underneath. Now, if you check your oil right after you put the oil in a car, you're going to get a false reading because the oil hasn't dropped all the way down. I'm sure you've done it yourself.
Yeah.
But on this car, while the car is running, there's oil that comes up into that tube for some reason. He said, when you check this dipstick, you have to look at it. Don't look at it north and south. Look at it east and west, because you're going to get a reading on the back of the dipstick where that oil hit it. And if you just look at that part, you're going to get a false reading. You got to turn the dipstick to make sure that line is all the way around. So I'm thinking, how complicated can it be to pull a dipstick and check the damn oil? So I went into the AutoZone, and I told the guy, and luckily the guy said, my wife has a BMW. He goes, I know exactly what you're talking about. So he said, it takes BMW oil. I said, where am I going to get BMW oil? He said, I don't know. So I hold on a second. I went out, I Googled, what type of oil do you use in the BMW Mini? And there was a lot of real expensive oil that you can substitute for that BMW oil. So I had to wind up buying Mobil 1 0-40 viscosity is what's in here now. It took 2 quarts. So I take off, the engine light goes out, but the little engine light that was in the speedometer stayed on. So I went back and said, wait a minute, I get that thing scanned. Ran back to AutoZone. I said, can you do me a favor? Can you put the scanner in there? So he gives me 2 codes. It's, this is wrong, that's wrong. I take off, I get 100 miles away, and it had 2 codes that were like pretty serious stuff. Now I'm looking at this thing, the light went out by itself. And when the oil was low, this engine will not run efficiently. There's some kind of a sensor in there, but the oil is low. It doesn't let you, I lost power. It doesn't let you go fast if the oil level is low. It was 2 quarts low. And that's why one of the reasons I pulled off and then the light came on. So isn't that something? I could live to be 100 and never knew that unless I was driving this car.
Wow.
But anyway, I'm going on too long here. You got other people waiting. So
hey, good to hear from you though. Enjoy
my 2 cents.
Enjoy your trip and get out to the raceway there if you get back up to PA in time. Kyle's actually there. Said it's a cool 53 degrees on the deck of my cabin here in the mountains of eastern Pennsylvania. So, yeah, Kyle is there this weekend for the bracket racing. Buckeye Boy checking in from Georgia, 70 degrees, a little humid. Yeah, it looks like we may get some rain from that Gulf storm coming in. Actually, we need it. Looks like I'm going to be loaded tomorrow for a Tuesday delivery in Ohio, just outside of Columbus. Do me a favor, Steve. Talk to your AccuWeather peeps there and tell them I need some good weather next weekend. I would surely appreciate it. I got you. Have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. Big Moose. Obviously, he ain't sleeping. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. Do it like Pruitt. I used to do it. Let's see. Eskimo Mom. We're in road construction season. And you see a lot of issues out there. Let's see. Big Moose threw out several comments. Over the mountains of the moon, down in the valley of the shadow, ride boldly, ride. Just holding down the lazy boy here. I'm kind of bored, he says. Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Clear skies here in Rochester, New York. And thanks for all those checking in. We'll get back to the calls momentarily. Eskimo Mom, you were, asking about the enhanced risk for possibly some severe weather in this region of the country later on Friday. We've got the breakdown for you, which we will get to just ahead. And back to your calls, of course, on a Friday morning at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden has made Juneteenth the nation's 12th official holiday. June 19th marks the day in 1865 when Union soldiers told slaves that they were free.
This is a day of profound, in my view, profound weight and profound power. A day in which we remember the moral stain, terrible toll that slavery took on the country and continues to take.
It's the first new federal holiday since Martin Luther King Day was created in 1983. The Supreme Court has dismissed a challenge to the Affordable Care Act. The justices ruled that Texas and other Republican-led states, as well as 2 individuals, had no right to bring their lawsuit to federal court. The ruling, which was written by liberal Justice Stephen Breyer, didn't decide whether the individual mandate was unconstitutional. This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day, friends. It's John and Chelsea Jubilee with Energized Health. You've been hearing our messages for a while. You've heard Wayne Allen Root and his extraordinary testimony of what's been going on.
And women, if you have a husband that is struggling or needs a loving nudge, I encourage you to nudge him off the couch and go check out our masterclass on our website, including the amazing testimonials.
And these testimonials are just real people. They're not famous or high-level production. This is real people. People talking on their iPhone, people sitting across from their spouse. They share their real story. For the past 23 years, tens of thousands of people reversing arthritis, diabetes, high blood pressure, neck pain, back pain, migraine headaches, brain fog, lots of challenging things. Be a beautiful, beloved skeptic.
And come check us out at energizedhealth.com. That's energizedhealth.com.
The Biden administration said it will invest more than $3 billion in the development and manufacturing of antiviral medicines to create an evolving line of coronavirus treatments. The new plan, called the Antiviral Program for Pandemics, will respond to the call for antivirals to treat COVID-19 with medications that prevent serious illness and death from the disease. The National Institutes of Health, National Institutes of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, and the Biomedical Advancement Research and Development Authority will take part in the program. A tropical storm warning has been issued for much of the Gulf Coast as meteorologists continue to closely watch what the National Hurricane Center has called a potential tropical cyclone 3. Forecasters say the system could further develop into a tropical depression or subtropical storm sometime on Friday. If the system continues to strengthen enough, it could be called Tropical Storm Claudette. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
A small town in Georgia is trying to go on its own due to the rising crime waves in nearby Atlanta. USA Radio Network's Tim Berg has the story.
In the Atlanta community of Buckhead, the debate over becoming an independent city has been brewing on and off for decades. Now, amid a spike in crime, calls to split from Atlanta have grown louder than ever. Homicides are up by 63% compared to the same time last year and up 43% compared to the same period in 2019. The city has seen more than 300 shooting incidents since the start of the year, up 45% from what it recorded last year at the same time, and up 55% from 2019. Bill White is the chairman and CEO of the Buckhead City Committee. He tells Fox News enough is enough.
We are living in a war zone. That's how we describe living in Buckhead. And what has happened here in the last several years is an incredibly dangerous spike in crime and a complete vacuum of leadership. The police in Atlanta are great policemen and women. We love them. They just want to do their job, and they're not being allowed to do that.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
You can listen to current news, updated hourly, or search through the archives and find a story that aired days ago. Listen to all the news, all the time, at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back on a Friday, round number 2 coming on here, and good to have you with us. Quickly in regards to travelers' weather. Here you go, Eskimo Mom. Forecasters are monitoring portions of the Midwest for severe thunderstorms in the coming days. You know, the threat from Thursday is going to be shifting further south and east today. Multiple thunderstorms impacted western Iowa with high winds going back to Wednesday evening. It's a much broader area tonight, as a matter of fact. Wind may not be the only hazard. After a quiet midday, Thursday evening turned stormy for the area. Afternoon thunderstorms, southern Minnesota, central Wisconsin. It's all slicing southeastward this morning. Kind of dropping down toward Madison, Wisconsin in the next few hours. As these storms initially formed, large hail was the primary threat. Can't rule out isolated tornadoes. You're not seeing any tornado watches, just severe thunderstorm watches at this particular hour. Let's see. Through the overnight hours, couple of separate rounds of thunderstorms may move across northern Iowa and southern Wisconsin. Davenport, Iowa, Milwaukee, just a couple of locations that would be at risk for severe weather this morning. The main risk, flooding downpours, damaging wind gusts for this part of the country. As torrential rain will cause ponding of water on the roadways, portions of I-35, 39, 80, and 90, you're going to have to slow down. Leave some extra time to avoid hydroplaning. These storms continue moving east through the overnight hours. Ultimately, we'll be talking Chicago and then Springfield, Illinois, South Bend, Indiana will be at risk for high winds. We could be talking some power outages, even some minor property damage, they tell us. Some of these strongest thunderstorms could produce wind gusts as high as 90 miles per hour, according to AccuWeather. Now, with the storms coming overnight in many areas, I need to have a way to get woke up if a warning's issued for your location. Storms are expected to gradually weaken as they continue to move further east into Michigan and Ohio later Friday morning. But the threat does not end there. That cold front's going to march south and east through the day Friday. Severe thunderstorms are expected to form across the Ohio River Valley into western Pennsylvania. Indianapolis, over to Cleveland, Pittsburgh, a few cities that may have to contend with severe weather as we wrap up the week. Storms will develop during the mid-afternoon hours and dive southward toward the Ohio River by evening. Hail, flooding, damaging winds, isolated tornadoes could occur as far south as northern Kentucky before the storms weaken later Friday night into Saturday morning. Isolated thunderstorms may affect portions of the Northeast on Saturday. Heavy downpours and gusty winds possible once again, not anticipating a severe weather outbreak there in the Northeast. But yeah, it's been a while since we've had to contend. It's been a very relatively quiet springtime as far as severe weather in the Ohio Valley region. All right, well, as we actually head into the final weekend of spring, summer arrives Sunday, which, by the way, is Father's Day. Sunday, which is the first day of summer. So there you go. Hey, Double R, what's been happening?
How you doing?
Doing well. Ready for the weekend.
I heard that. Steve, isn't NASCAR in Nashville this weekend?
Oh, honestly, I'm not sure, but I could find out real quick.
No, I think they are, because I believe they are.
Yeah.
A look at I'm not home. That way I don't have to.
NASCAR's return to Music City. So, yes, indeed, they are.
Yep. Okay. All right. So, them police officers, they're going to have their hands full on that I-95 because, man, that's up and down that corridor. That's a joke. I mean, Ranger, when he called in, he hit it right on the head with these truck drivers. I mean, he couldn't have put it no plainer, and it's all the God's honest truth. And what's even worse is you'll be in the right lane, and they'll try to run your ass over. You know, I mean, there's no respect out here whatsoever for the drivers.
Mm-hmm.
And he's absolutely right. And it's a shame, you know, because us old school truck drivers have been out here 40 plus years. You know, we know what we went through and, you know, what we learned. And it's pretty much gone. I mean, you stay to your, like me right now, I'm driving right lane. I'm down here in Missouri, coming into Joplin, and I've got one truck on my left lane by my trailer where I can't get out, and I got another one riding my ass. You know, it's crazy, and I'm doing 70 plus miles an hour right now. So, I mean, there's no respect out here whatsoever. So they're going to have their hands full on that 95 corridor. Also, real quick, I was watching Fox News today. They had some Congress on there, and they were really downgrading Kamala Harris, trying to get her fired over this immigration crap. And once again, Ranger is absolutely right on the immigration because they brought in a couple bus loads of immigrant children from Mexico to Knoxville and unloaded them. And so he was right. I mean, but from listening to these people, Congress personnel, they're wanting to get her fired because they said that she's not doing her job. She's just sitting on her ass, you know, and they're all upset about it and stuff. But it was pretty interesting listening to it. We got our campsite booked, so we got our vacation booked. So Cincinnati, here we come.
Oh boy!
So
4th of July weekend.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes, sir. We're going to be there a whole week. So we got everything all booked. We pick up our new camper on the 29th, and we're going to load it up and head up. So, yep, we're ready to do it. So, anyhow, I just want to let you say hello to you, Steve. It's been a while, and Nita and I have been out. We've been pretty much sleeping during the night because we've been in separate trucks, and people's not wanting to work, and they'll quit on the job, and we're having to transport trucks back to the yard and stuff like that, you know. And
wow,
oh, it's crazy. I mean, this world's going to hell in a handbag. But anyhow, we're on our way down here to Austin, Texas. I got to be there in the morning, so I'll be up listening to you all night. So. Anyhow, I'm going to get off here and let somebody else get in. I'm sure you probably got a few other people want to get in. And but you have a good morning, and I'll be out here listening with you, and I'll talk with you later on.
All right. Thanks for checking in. Safe travels, and yeah, we'll try to keep you company here through the overnight hours. I'm looking at the story Knucklebuster sent me. Lonnie Anderson kind of mourning the loss of her beloved castmate. Frank Bonner, he starred as Herb on WKRP in Cincinnati. Died Wednesday, apparently, at 79. Passed away peacefully amid a battle with Lewy body dementia, according to the family. Lonnie said Frank was like family. He was one of the funniest, nicest men I worked with. Breaks my heart. As the plaid-loving Tarlick, Bonner played a radio station sales manager who could never reel in a big account. Late 70s, early 80s. He later reprised the role in a spinoff called The New WKRP in Cincinnati, which was for like 91 to 93. But according to the outlet, Bonner had made headlines back in October of 79, hospitalized following a parasailing accident where he suffered several internal and back injuries. His castmate, Gary Sandy, who confirmed Bonner's passing on Facebook. It is true, he said. Frank passed away yesterday, June 16th, at 3:48 Pacific time. Back in May, Lonnie Anderson recalled her favorite WKRP memory on Fox News, one that included her pal. When they asked her about her favorite memory, she said, I have so many. But there's one spectacular scene I did with Frank, who played the salesman he was always after me. Jan Smithers, who played Bailey Quarters, told me to accept a date with him and maybe I could scare him away and he'd leave me alone. But I didn't scare him, she said. We have a scene alone in my apartment, which was so beautifully written. Frank's he was really poignant in it. A wonderful scene to play because he's so talented. We got fan letters, the two of us, from Steve Allen and Jack Lemmon about the scene. I think that's my favorite memory. So, all right, for fans of WKRP in Cincinnati. He was 79 years old, so. I think Lonnie's 75 now, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, let's get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. What's happening with Captain Ron this morning?
Morning, Mr. Sommers. That, on Ranger's call,
Scott Coletta, my wife went to high school with him, and he did, in fact, get killed at Englishtown, New Jersey, in a funny car. Before that, he had retired as a drag, I think he ran Top Fuel Dragster before that, but he had retired early, and then when he came back, he went to driving funny cars.
Mm-hmm.
Last night's show, you were talking that satellite that they made out of wood.
Yes.
Do you remember how big that was?
4 by 4 by
Wasn't it like
4 inches by 4. I mean, just a little bitty thing.
Like the size of a Rubik's cube.
Yeah, look, maybe.
I guess with the price of lumber, that's as big as they could build it, huh?
Exactly.
And that selected service back in the day when it came out, I was in high school when they came out with it, so I had to go register. But I later went into the Marine Corps. I guess I thought I wasn't going to like people telling me what to do. I don't know what happened to that plan. But might not have worked out so well.
Exactly.
Jolly Green Giant was talking about that. What is that? July 4th, that big old food fest. He called it a spam fest. Was that what it was? I like me some spam.
Do you?
I think it should be in its own food group. Is that what he called it?
Now, will you slice it right out of the can and eat a sandwich? Or I'll eat spam. I like it fried and nice and crispy on the outside.
Oh, I slice it and put it on a piece of bread and go to town.
Really?
I don't cook it or nothing. Yeah. That's some good eating there.
I hear you.
There was one other thing, but I don't remember what it was now. I guess I'm getting old. Anyway, happy Father's Day when it gets to you. Have a good weekend, and I'll back on out and let somebody intelligent on here.
All right. Good to hear from you, Captain Ron. Have a good weekend. Be safe out there. You're looking at some stronger storms impacting parts of Wisconsin. Some of these rains moving over into Michigan as well. Let me share one of the warnings we've got. Let's see. 60-mile-an-hour winds, penny-size hail. This is like moving right into Wisconsin Dells, that region. So, yes, definitely. If you're on I-90-94, this storm's going to be passing right over between, say, mile marker 69 and 86. Be aware of that. Strong winds and penny-size hail. A couple of others here in central Wisconsin, about the same thing, 60-mile-an-hour winds for Columbia County, Marquette County, Sauk County, all in central and south central Wisconsin. As some of these cells begin to move on. Like I said, these storms are going to be pushing through Madison probably in the next, hour and a half. Milwaukee, you're just beginning to see some rain. Thunderstorms arriving later. The rain's crossing the lake, as I said. Muskegon, Michigan, beginning to see some rain. Heavier rains on further north of that. Some of the areas, let's zoom in a little closer. Rain's going to begin pushing through Cadillac, Michigan here in the next little bit. So that's the zone we're all keeping an eye on. That's a cold front. A cold front for this time of year, bringing in some of the cooler air, more refreshing air in out of Canada. Meanwhile, 21 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Haven't heard from this guy in a while. Where you been, Eagle?
Yeah, I've been working, man. It's been pretty busy lately. Last couple of weeks, I'm out here in the hot zone, out here in Phoenix, Arizona.
Oh boy!
But I wanted to make one quick comment, right quick, see before I get started on Kamala and this immigration deal. That one guy that kept going on and on and on about 2 or 3 callers before. The one with the Yankee accent, the New York, New Jersey accent. I just put it to you this way. People like him, and the reason why I don't go to the East Coast no more. I don't go to the anywhere close to 95, 78, that area that he was talking about, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. My truck doesn't operate in those zones, mainly because of people like him. But you know something, Steve. I want to get back to this situation in Phoenix, Arizona. It's red hot out here, and out here in California, it's 115, 118 degrees temperatures out here. You know, they having a real heat wave out here in the West Coast right now. It looks like it's going to continue on for a long time. Are you still there?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It looks like it's going to continue for a while. It's going to be a long summer, and summer ain't even got really started yet. So it looks like the temperatures are going to be pretty warm here in Arizona and New Mexico, California areas right now, where I mainly drive at. So it look like you got to make sure you got your tires in proper. Make sure you got some good tires on your truck, because when you're driving on this hot asphalt with tires in bad condition, they're not gonna last too long in this type of heat. So anybody that's planning on running out to California, Arizona, you better make sure you got some good rubber on your truck, or you'll be sitting on the side of the road. Okay, now here's the deal, Steve. Down here in Texas, I just left Texas a couple of days ago on my way out to California. Okay, we got a governor down here in Texas, Greg Abbott. I've talked to you about this guy before. This guy here is taking matters into his own hands. And then, like I told you about Kamala, I'll get to her in just a second, because she's really not worth talking about. But this guy here, Greg Abbott, is taking matters into his own hands. He, as people already know, when the loser Joe Biden took office, he stopped the construction of the border wall in the southern states of the U.S. But I got bad news for Mr. Joe Biden. We got a real governor down here in Texas, and he announced last week that he was going to start the construction he's going to finish off the construction that Donald Trump started, and that's exactly what he needs to do, because Joe Biden doesn't care and Kamala doesn't care. She made that real clear last week, Steve. That's real. I didn't get a chance to call in when she had the nerve to go down to Guatemala and Honduras and talk to the president of these countries, but still didn't step foot in the state of Texas and go look at the border wall. People in Texas are still trying to figure out why she didn't go take a look at the situation for herself. But I can tell them why she didn't do it, because she don't care. That's why she didn't go, because this is all the plan that they had all along, Steve. They, just like the one guy said a couple of callers ago, they're transporting these people, maneuvering these people into different locations all over America, such as, Washington State, Florida, Maine. They're hitting from the West Coast to the East Coast, from north to south. They transporting these individuals to different locations. And you want to know why they're doing that? Because that's why when it comes time for the election, so people like Mr. Donald Trump, he'll never step foot in the office again, because they're going to make sure of it, because they've already transported these people to different states around America. So come 2024, come election time, guess who do you, let me ask you a question, Steve. Who do you think these people are going to vote for if Joe Biden and Kamala allow these people into the country unabated and give them, make you roll out the red carpet for them? I wonder if they're going to vote for Joe Biden or they're going to vote for Donald Trump. Who do you think they're going to vote for?
Right. They're going to vote for Trump.
What?
Who are you saying? The illegals?
Yeah, I'm talking the illegals. I'm saying if Kamala and Biden are rolling out the red carpet for these people, allowing these people to come into this country unabated, you and I both know that these people are going to vote for Joe Biden in 2024. They're not going to vote for Donald Trump. I live in Texas, Steve, and just about every you got Mexican people down here in Texas where I live at. They don't even speak English, but they know what Donald Trump means. They know they may only speak one word of English, and that's Trump. and they already know they're not voting for him. Let's just put it to you that way. They know what Trump means, and they know that they're not going to vote for Trump in 2024 because Donald Trump stands for the border being closed and for them not to be allowed into this country. It's simple as that. So like I said, Kamala, she doesn't care about the United States border. Joe Biden, he still hasn't come, but he can go over to Russia. He can go sit down with Vladimir Putin. He can go over to England and sit down with the Queen. He can travel overseas and go to other people's countries and try to figure out their problems, but he can't come down to Texas or the southern border and try to figure out what the real problem is. So that tells me you don't have to be a rocket scientist or a genius to figure out that Joe Biden doesn't care about the southern border and he doesn't care about the people coming in unabated. It's simple as that. Anybody who disagrees with me, then you're dumber than I think you are. So there's really no argument at this point when it comes to Joe Biden. Like I said, I didn't vote for him, so he's not my responsibility. Like I say, he's been in office less than a year, and I'm already fed up with the guy. I was fed up with him from day number one because I knew the guy was no good, and I knew Kamala was no good. So, like I said, the American people, they'll have to put up with it for another 2 or 3 years, and hopefully they'll make the right move in 2024 and put somebody in there who actually cares about America, whether it be Donald Trump or any other person that cares about this. It doesn't have to be Trump. All I care about, as long as it's somebody who cares about the United States of America, that's who I want to see the next president of this country be. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle, thank you very much. Now, as far as the immigrants that are pouring across the border right now, I'm not sure where they would stand in 2024, but we saw in the 2020 election the number of immigrants, the Hispanic population, especially the Cuban population that voted for Trump versus Joe Biden. It was a big jump in 2020 versus even 2016. The support for the Republican Party, the conservatives, has been growing because if you've got people that have come to this country from the likes of a communist country like Cuba, now Guatemala, Honduras, now so they're not communists, but dealing with what they dealt with there, trying to escape it, I think many of them are realizing that the Democrat Party, the likes of Joe Biden and the AOCs and the lefties, the Bernie Sanders, the Elizabeth Warrens, that whole, the squad, they're trying to take this country in a direction that the country they escaped from, to get away from. I think some of them are waking up. Again, now, for those that are currently crossing the border, yeah, some of them are going to vote for the freebies, but I think the Democrat Party may be a bit surprised that many of them are waking up and they don't want to create a country here like they tried to escape from. Maybe I'm wrong, but again, just looking back at the numbers from the 2020 election, it was a big jump in the Hispanic vote, especially down in Florida, and Trump did much better in Texas with the Hispanic population as well. So with that, let's get a news break. We'll get back to your calls coming up here. Want to jump on board? Lay it on us. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden has made Juneteenth the nation's 12th official holiday. June 19th marks the day in 1865 when Union soldiers told slaves that they were free.
This is a day of profound, in my view, profound weight and profound power. A day in which we remember the moral stain, terrible toll that slavery took on the country and continues to take.
It's the first new federal holiday since Martin Luther King Day was created in 1983. The Supreme Court has dismissed a challenge to the Affordable Care Act. The justices ruled that Texas and other Republican-led states, as well as 2 individuals, had no right to bring their lawsuit to federal court. The ruling, which was written by liberal Justice Stephen Breyer, didn't decide whether the individual mandate was unconstitutional. This is USA Radio News.
America's founders knew power corrupts, and ultimate power corrupts ultimately, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. That's why they built in checks and balances to prevent any one group from seizing all power.
And that's why our president is elected by a college of electors to protect the rights of little states like Delaware and Wyoming against giants like New York and California. After all, our country is a republic, the United States of America, not the United State. Our states are independent sovereign powers who created the federal government, not the other way around.
And that's why all power ultimately lies in we the people and the states, not a central dictatorship of cronies. Did you know that? Thank God for the U.S. Constitution.
Find out more how our amazing Constitution and Bill of Rights protect us, the citizens, against power-crazed politicians in Washington. Help us take back America. Go to ouramericanrights.com. Brought to you by the American Media Council.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So what happens when you defund the police? It's a pretty simple answer. Crime skyrockets. Nobody out there to keep law and order. Bad guys just go on a heyday. Let's take a look at Atlanta, for example. This past day, we find out a community in Atlanta has decided to separate from the city. and create their own police force. Bill White, the Buckhead City Committee CEO, said the decision comes as crime in Atlanta has skyrocketed. Police are not being properly funded. Speaking on America's Newsroom, he said he estimates nearly 80% of his community will vote in favor of the separation. We have two bills in the Georgia legislature dropping in January to decide this referendum ballot, he says. We filed our divorce papers at the city of Atlanta, and our divorce is final. White said Atlanta's mayor, Keisha Bottoms, her policies have emboldened criminals, let the Atlanta Police Department down. They feel demoralized, underpaid, unrecognized. They're being told basically not to fight crime in the way they would like to. 41-year-old Andrew Worrell was shot twice on a recent Saturday, 8:30 in the morning, while walking through his own neighborhood. That was not an isolated incident. Two other joggers in the area reported being shot at around the same time. We're going to get a hold of it here in Buckhead. The new community, Buckhead City, will have its own law enforcement system to focus on getting the crime rates down. We'll have our own court. We'll have our own judge. We'll have our own jail. And we're going to put the smackdown on this crime once and for all here, because the people of Buckhead have had enough. White's confident the separation will offer Buckhead the ability to properly address crime while also benefiting Atlanta. A new Buckhead City will do a better job and work very well with Atlanta. We're going to help Atlanta. We're going to be two strong cities, prosperous and safe. At least that's what we pray. All right. I guess that's a good place to bring in Pappy. What do you think about that, Pappy?
What's going on, Steve?
Hey there. You defund the police and crime skyrockets. Who would have ever guessed that?
You know, Steve, it's just a big plan, big ploy. Part of the big picture to destroy this country, Steve. That's all it is. That's one way to do it.
Yep.
Well, we don't have nothing to worry about as far as the economy goes, Steve. You know it?
What do you mean by
Didn't
that?
you hear the Federal Reserve came out today and said, hey, don't worry about this inflation thing. No big deal. It'll be under control.
It's transitory. That's the word. They use that word, transitory.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, my goodness. So that made me feel a lot better, Steve.
Oh, did it?
Okay. Knowing that these, they're all in it for, the corporates and trading people over there in Wall Street. That's all it is, Steve. Hey, man, did you hear John Solomon came out with a report last night?
I did not catch that.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't catch Tucker or Hannity or anything tonight. I don't know if he was on there or not. But apparently down in Atlanta, is it Fulton County down there? One of the biggest counties down there in Atlanta.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. They hired, a company to come in and kind of audit the votes. This guy came in and told the governor, dude, it's jacked up. You got some serious major problems, right? And, dude, they just ignored it, Steve. They ignored it.
Wow.
And, the governor and everybody, mayor down there going around saying, everything's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's fine. Well, apparently John Solomon found this report, telling them that and explaining, going step by step, what some of the problems were. And it was just So, if this audit gets out of Arizona and makes its way to Georgia, there's going to be some surprises down there, too, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not one of these guys that thinks that as a result of all this, that Trump's going to end up back in office again. That's not going to happen. But, it should wake up the country. And, I would say it should make the media feel like buffoons, but they don't care, Steve. They don't care they get caught in these lies. They just don't care. That's what blows my mind. Rachel Rada, all these, CNN, man, all these buffoons, when they get caught red-handed, in these lies, and they're helping push all this Marxism and everything, they just don't care. They just don't care. No integrity at all.
And when it comes to the audits, like Maricopa County, and then coming up, it'll be Fulton County. Yeah, they try to say it's all a bunch of nothing. There's no need to even look at it. It's all we've already confirmed that there was no fraud that took place. But they don't even want to look at it.
Right. Well, they're trying to pull the wool over our eyes. And that's what Solomon's report was saying, that, this guy came back with this report and was saying, he was saying it's so bad, Steve. I can't even think of some of the things that he was saying that was so bad. Some of the things that they were doing, and getting away with. And he was saying that they were finding out, I guess when they count ballots, they put them in a stack of 100, right?
Yep.
And then they run it through the machine, and then they label that stack, right? And they come up with another stack of hundreds, and they label them stacks. Well, they were finding out that a lot of these stacks were ran through twice, and there was missing ballots. We're talking thousands.
Thousands,
not
correct.
Steve.
Yep.
Thousands of missing ballots from up north in the state, from like more Republican, or in that county. I guess the northern part of that county is Republican, right? There was thousands and thousands of ballots missing from the northern part of the county. You might be able to find it, pull it up, and read through it. Amazing.
So Fulton County is just like the Atlanta metro area, but if you're missing ballots in more conservative, strong, obviously Atlanta's going to be the Democrat stronghold where Biden would get more votes. But if you're at the same time missing ballots from other areas, that's kind of, if you swipe thousands of ballots from there, you're going to be taking votes away from Trump.
Right. Yes, sir.
Wow.
But it's just all the nonsense that was going on too, I guess, when you talk about, keeping track of these ballots, the integrity of them. They were handing skids of ballots off to people. They don't even know who these people were, and they were going off, loading them up in these trucks and just leaving with them. Who knows where they were going? Crazy stuff. And mentioned the other night when it looks like, you got these mail-in ballots that are in pristine condition, not folded. And Steve, you can tell when you sometimes it's hard when you use black ink, but when you copy something,
yep.
I heard that same thing, that on like several thousand ballots, there was like incidental or an accidental little mark somewhere on that piece of paper.
And every single ballot, the whole stack had the exact same. Yeah, the box was, the little oval, I guess, was filled in perfectly with the exception of something that looked like a little half moon, they said. And one after another, after another, after another had the exact same mark, which they said leads them to believe they were printed off by a copy machine.
Yes, sir. Mike Lindell, the pillow guy, he's coming out in July, sometime in July. I heard he was going to, I don't know, like rent this big arena out, you know, and invite all these technical people in, forensic audit type people. You have to have credentials to get in. Not so much credentials, I'm trying to think of the right word, but you have to have, certificates in this type of investigation type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to present all this evidence, Steve. And he said it's irrefutable. He's got military personnel, government officials, civilian officials, you know, that hold all these degrees, and they're going to lay it out. And he's offering the people that own these machines, Dominion, he's asking them to come in to bring their people. He's inviting all the news media there, bring any of their people that they want that can try to disclaim what he is saying. He's so sure of himself. In other words, that movie he put out, not that movie, but that little documentary he put out a few months back, you know, he's going to lay it all out and show. I guess he says he's got direct evidence that it's not irrefutable. Excuse me. It can't be, it's fact.
Mm-hmm.
That, you know, the Chinese Communist Party, they got the fingerprints, you know, where they were, you know, switching out votes and messing with these machines.
In the Dominion machines.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And he says anybody in the, in this type of work that has any kind of degrees, you know, and know what they're talking about, will agree with him. So he's supposed to do this sometime in July. They're trying to get it to go live. They don't think any of the mainstream news medias will cover it live.
Mm-hmm.
Because he says he knows he's right, and they don't want to show it.
Maybe Newsmax or One America News would be a source that would cover it. But,
right.
Yeah. Obviously, Hannity or Tucker would probably talk about it.
You would think, you know, but unless Fox News, you know, gives them the old shutdown and tells them not to, I don't know.
Right.
I'm sure it'll be talked about, but I don't know if they'll cover it live, is my point. You know, Tucker, I'm sure will talk about it, but I don't know Fox. I don't even know Fox News would go down there and cover it live. We'll see. Keep your eyes and ear open for it, though. It's coming.
All right. Well, Pappy, have a good weekend. Kick back and relax. That's right. Here comes the weekend. I'm looking here. All right. So it's pretty much, this isn't the John Solomon piece, but this is, documents that Georgia's largest county submitted to state officials as part of the post-election audit highlights significant irregularities in the Atlanta area during the November voting, ranging from identical vote tallies repeated multiple times to large batches of absentee ballots that appear to be missing from the official ballot scanning records. The problems in predominantly Democrat Fulton County potentially impact thousands of ballots in a race that Joe Biden was certified as winning statewide by less than 12,000 votes. The memos reviewed by Just the News include the handwritten tally sheets for all absentee ballots counted by the county, as well as a private report from a contractor hired by the Secretary of State to monitor the Atlanta area election process. The report chronicled 7 days of problems, recorded troubling behavior like the mysterious removal of a suitcase of sensitive election data, something known as polls pads that are used to authenticate voters. Learned that Rick reprogramming poll pads earlier was setting up a new precinct for SC11 because someone took the wrong suitcase, but only took one, according to the contractor. Seems to be a mystery who this person was. There should have been chain of custody paperwork. That means a stranger just walked out with sensitive election materials. The contractor also observed that sensitive election materials were left on a dock at a warehouse without supervision. Several cases, including SC11, were just left out at the loading dock outside the warehouse. Well, thankfully, the seals were intact. All this as the state judge has taken the extraordinary step of ordering absentee ballots unsealed so a private audit can examine the actual papers and resolve discrepancies. This is being led by lawyer Bob Chile. Chile says the evidence he has seen so far points to election tabulation malpractice. Private experts and state election officials differ on whether the evidence shows a pattern of potential fraud or just maybe gross incompetence in the county that encompasses Atlanta. But they're mostly united for the first time that the top election supervisors in Fulton County should be removed. Some officials are even discussing a dramatic intervention like putting the county's election system in conservatorship so it can be run by state rather than local officials. I've continued to call on the election director to be removed from his position, and the leadership of Fulton County has continued to fail to act, according to Raffensperger. The secretary said he stands by his private monitor's assessment that fraud did not occur, at least at a scale in Fulton County to impact the election outcome. But he added the county's election management failures no doubt warrant some sort of dramatic repair. Let's see. The documents that they collected from Fulton County during a risk-limiting audit conducted last November, among the problems they exposed, more than 100 batches of absentee ballots, each containing approximately 100 or more ballots, were assigned tracking numbers before being sent to one of the 5 absentee vote counting machines in Fulton County, but are not subsequently recorded in the handwritten logs showing which batches were scanned and counted, which raises concerns the ballots may be missing. More than 24 batches of absentee ballots were identified as having been double scanned on the tally sheets. 5 sequential batches of absentee votes each appeared with the exact same vote count of 392 for Biden, 96 for President Trump, and 3 for Libertarian Joe Jorgensen. That is a count that state officials admit is statistically impossible. Get a load of that. 5 sequential, 5 in a row with the exact same count. Also, they uncovered many control sheets for absentee ballot batches counted during the state's audit did not check a box indicating the ballot came from a secure container, raising the possibility that ballots were stored insecurely, or that multiple batches of ballots were sealed in a single container. An official working with Raffsberger, who reviewed the documents, said they were clear evidence of significant human failure in Fulton County's election administration. For instance, the identical ballot batches likely resulted in about 1,000 extra votes being tallied. Goes on, but there you go. A couple minutes before we hit top of the hour, news update time here. So I'll tell you what, before we get back to your calls, which we've got several lines open at 844-844-3388. Kind of right along the line with what that Buckhead there in Atlanta, saying we're going to create our own police force. We're divorcing from Atlanta. Take you on out to Portland, where they've had, violence in the streets for how long? Members of the Portland Police Bureau's Rapid Response Team resigned en masse from their positions on Wednesday in response to a fellow riot squad officer being criminally indicted for an action he took during a violent uprising last August. Local radio station KXLFM reports the Rapid Response Team voted unanimously to disband during a meeting with the Portland Police Union. The cohort consisted of about 50 officers and included detectives and sergeants, team members which have been deployed to respond to recurrent uprisings in that city since last summer, reportedly disaffected by a lack of support from City Hall and from the district attorney. Police Union Director Darrell Turner says he feared the final straw for officers would be what he called the witch hunt prosecution of Officer Corey Budworth. Budworth accused of using unnecessary force against photojournalist and provocateur Terry Jacobs during a declared riot on August the 18th. He was initially cleared after an internal investigation by the police department. On that night, the team was deployed to contain an uprising after protesters threw a Molotov cocktail into a county building, setting the building on fire. Earlier this week, the district attorney announced a criminal indictment against Budworth, charging him with fourth-degree assault. All right, so see what happens in Portland. Fewer and fewer police on the streets. The mob just gets to take over. All right, with that news update time, rolling into a Friday. Great to have you with us. Hope you've had a good week thus far. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden has made Juneteenth the nation's 12th official holiday. June 19th marks the day in 1865 when Union soldiers told slaves that they were free.
This is a day of profound, in my view, profound weight and profound power. A day in which we remember the moral stain, terrible toll that slavery took on the country and continues to take.
It's the first new federal holiday since Martin Luther King Day was created in 1983. The Supreme Court has dismissed a challenge to the Affordable Care Act. The justices ruled that Texas and other Republican-led states, as well as 2 individuals, had no right to bring their lawsuit to federal court. The ruling, which was written by liberal Justice Stephen Breyer, didn't decide whether the individual mandate was unconstitutional. This is USA Radio News.
My feet hurt. So when Mike Lindell told me about his new My Slipper, I just had to try it. It's more than a bedroom slipper. It's an indoor-outdoor slipper with a 3-tier cushioning system that combines 2 layers of foam with a patented impact gel to keep you from wanting to ever take them off. I love them. They're comfortable, beautifully finished with leather suede, faux fur linings, and an indoor-outdoor sole. And Mike guarantees this will be the most comfortable slipper you'll ever own, or you'll get your money back. 60-day money-back guarantee, 1-year warranty, and you can save 40% when you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951 8175. Mention USA Radio when you give them the promo code USA, and they will take good care of you. Save 60% on just about anything on the MyPillow website when you use my promo code USA. MyPillow.com, my slippers.
The Biden administration said it will invest more than $3 billion in the development and manufacturing of antiviral medicines to create an evolving line of coronavirus treatments. The new plan, called the Antiviral Program for Pandemics, will respond to the call for antivirals to treat COVID-19 with medications that prevent serious illness and death from the disease. The National Institutes of Health, National Institutes of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, and the Biomedical Advancement Research and Development Authority will take part in the program. A tropical storm warning has been issued for much of the Gulf Coast as meteorologists continue to closely watch what the National Hurricane Center has called a potential tropical cyclone 3. Forecasters say the system could further develop into a tropical depression or subtropical storm sometime on Friday. If the system continues to strengthen enough, it could be called Tropical Storm Claudette. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new Edgar Bergen Hour with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
A small town in Georgia is trying to go on its own due to the rising crime waves in nearby Atlanta. USA Radio Network's Tim Berg has the story.
In the Atlanta community of Buckhead, the debate over becoming an independent city has been brewing on and off for decades. Now, amid a spike in crime, calls to split from Atlanta have grown louder than ever. Homicides are up by 63% compared to the same time last year and up 43% compared to the same period in 2019. The city has seen more than 300 shooting incidents since the start of the year, up 45% from what it recorded last year at the same time, and up 55% from 2019. Bill White is the chairman and CEO of the Buckhead City Committee. He tells Fox News enough is enough.
We are living in a war zone. That's how we describe living in Buckhead. And what has happened here in the last several years is an incredibly dangerous spike in crime and a complete vacuum of leadership. The police in Atlanta are great policemen and women. We love them. They just want to do their job, and they're not being allowed to do that.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
You can listen to current news, updated hourly, or search through the archives and find a story that aired days ago. Listen to all the news, all the time, at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, quickly, a couple of other industry headlines here on a Friday morning. Motorists facing multiple drug charges after crashing into the side of a moving semi in Nebraska Wednesday. About 4:30 in the afternoon, Lincoln, Nebraska. According to KOLN News, a black SUV was headed east on Old Cheney stopped at a stop sign, then drove into the side of a semi-truck traveling through the intersection. Crash injured the 39-year-old motorist and scattered $20,000 in cash from inside the car all across the intersection. The truck driver was not hurt. An off-duty officer then happened to pass by the crash and helped get Snyder to a nearby hospital. Officers were able to collect $18,896 of the $20,000 that had been inside the car, apparently. As Snyder's vehicle was being processed for towing, officers discovered pills, mushrooms, psychedelic mushrooms, tablets of LSD, a couple of glass jars of marijuana. Snyder has since been released from the hospital, currently being held in the jail, facing possession of controlled substance charges, also cited for DUI, third offense, no proof of insurance. Well, apparently we also, in the state of Nebraska, while we are there in that particular state, officers with the state patrol there uncovered more than 100 violations in a round of surprise truck inspections this week that took place on that same day, Wednesday. The surprise commercial vehicle inspection effort was carried out by the State Patrol, the Carrier Enforcement Division, also in Lincoln. During this one-day effort, troopers conducted 26 inspections, uncovering 124 violations of FMCSA regulations and state law. 29 of those violations were severe enough to warrant an out-of-service order. Additionally, 3 drivers were taken out of service for various violations. 10 of the inspected vehicles or trailers were presented with a CVSA indicating the vehicle had no critical safety violations. All right, they got the compliance sticker. Nebraska says we routinely conduct surprise inspections to target commercial vehicles that might not travel outside the city or pass through way stations as a part of their regular routes. So I guess it sounds like it was maybe more of more of the local delivery kind of vehicles kind of effort, if I understand that correctly. Meanwhile, back to the calls. What's going on out west? How hot are we tonight, heat wave?
Well, when I went past Barstow here about 40 minutes ago, it was 105.
Wow.
I was like, my goodness gracious. Yeah, it's hot, hot, hot. Yeah, he said Governor Newsom here in California went ahead and declared a state of emergency, and I'm thinking, well, what does that actually mean?
Mm-hmm.
Is that telling the power plant companies to produce more than, what they're capable of doing? Does that send out someone to go check out on these people, especially the elderly out in the deserts? What exactly is a state of emergency declaration? It takes someone of a higher pay grade or someone smarter than me to figure that out. But as for me, I don't understand. Well,
heat wave. I'm looking here right now from San Francisco. This just popped up from the Business Wire. Pacific Gas and Electric Company announcing that rotating power outages were not ultimately needed this past day to maintain grid stability during the extreme heat, because California's grid ultimately had adequate power. I guess earlier this past day, PG&E reached out to public safety partners and about 121,000 customers, telling them rotating outages were possible. The notification was intended to help those customers to begin preparing for outages. Thanks to electricity conservation by Californians statewide, the grid did not ultimately exceed supply, despite the widespread triple-digit heat. See, we talk about this night after night. We're electrifying everything. On a hot summer day, and it's not even officially summer yet. We've got grid issues, and we're pushing for literally millions of vehicles to be added to the grid They're in California.
Well,
it ain't going to work, is it?
Well, no. I mean, these people are just looking at, all the benefits, and they never look at the detractors of going all electric. You're going to have something that's going to support this, plus your electrical, plus anything that may happen during the heat of the summer or the cold of the winter. I mean, Texas was a good example of it earlier this year. Stuff breaks down because the demand was high because of a freak cold weather storm that happens once every 100 years.
Yeah.
I think my mom, who is almost 80, said when she was a kid, she can remember, I think she said she was about 8 years old, walking around behind her father in the snow, which was 2 feet deep at the time. And that's unheard of in our neck of the woods there in Texas where my parents live. So, I mean, 2 foot of snow where I live is a pretty good snowstorm, dump. But, I mean, even then it doesn't happen that often. So I think these people need to reconsider their ideas about, producing and storing and distributing of the electricity. And of course they're talking about the power lines are not set up to withstand an EMP. I know the UFO channel here a while back, many moons ago, was talking about, they can put something on these lines that would help withstand an EMP.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just never happened because they're saying, well, it hasn't happened and it won't happen. Well, they need to start pulling their heads out their butt and realizing it can happen. And when it does, we are going to be in a world of hurt. The only thing that's going to keep America living is those that know how to grow their own food, how to process their own food, and how to preserve their own food. So, there's going to be a bunch of starving Americans out here when that does happen. Talking about that surprise inspection there in Nebraska with the CMVs, I imagine if they would have done that to some of the four-wheelers and two-wheelers out there, maybe they could have caught this guy before he got into a wreck and found out that, his vehicle wasn't insured. He had stuff in there, which I'm sure there was an odor of some kind. Maybe they could have gotten one person off of the road who was drunk, who had no insurance, who was carrying illicit material. But I imagine if they were to have done that, the ACLU would have came out screaming and hollering, we violated this person's individual rights. Well, my rights shouldn't be, shouldn't trump those of someone else, even though I do drive a commercial vehicle where we're supposed to have a higher standard. But, we're all going under the assumption that everyone is working at an optimum performance level, physically, mentally, and mechanically.
Mm-hmm.
I really think, someone ought to look into that and say, if we're going to do this to the CMVs, let's do this to, a random selection of the other vehicles out there that are just POVs, privately owned vehicles. I was noticing on the way up here going towards Vegas that there was a pretty good lightning storm out here to the northeast. And I'm pretty sure it's probably not rain, but it's probably just the atmosphere discharging its electrons due to the heat. But it was a pretty nice light show. At first, I was doubting myself. I thought I was seeing the flashes from lights and signs. But the closer I got, the brighter it was. And it was a real nice light show to see out here. I just hope it didn't spark any fires out this way, because they can ill afford to have any more fires than what they got. Yeah, earlier when you was reading off your messages, I guess I should have put NM at the end of the last pictorial that was there. When I was first stationed in Albuquerque back in '88, I seen a license plate that said, "Welcome to Apple Turkey, New Mexico," and I scratched my head and I was like, well, "What the hell are you talking about?" And they said, "Think about it for a little bit. Apple Turkey, Albuquerque." I thought, all right. So yeah, when we get done with our delivery up to Denver, we're going to be taking the weekend off to be with family and get our hours reset, and we're going to be back out here doing the same thing. That old boy that calls himself Tank, it seems like he has a run that goes from Tennessee to California, and I was trying to type down Tank, but instead it came out as Hank. So, and I know Hank can't come down from Georgia or wherever he's at from up that way, because I believe he's a firefighter. But it'd be good to hear from him too. But Tank, if you're out there, if you can, get in touch, I'd like to go ahead. I'd like to meet you out there on your trip east and west one of these days, just to kick back and throw down a cup of joe at the local Denny's over here in Edgewood, and just meet some more of the callers out there. I met Buckeye Boy, and he is a hell of a nice guy. Mm-hmm. I really enjoyed my visit with him, and the visits I have with other people out here on the phone via your show is really been an absolute blessing, and I'm ever so grateful that I can listen to your show, listen to what other people have to say, what their experiences are, and be able to be within that company of people. It's just an absolute, it benefits me a whole lot more than what I may be able to spew out here on the radio with you, sharing my views and my ideas. But other than that, not a whole lot happening. Just, oh, hey, I'll be darned. There's this stuff coming down out of the sky. I think it's called rain.
Really?
It's either that or there's a bunch. Yeah, either that or it's a bunch of gnats out here. But it hit the windshield. It's at least 100 drops. So I guess maybe the drought is over. Is over out here. But it's going to be an interesting summer, and I sure hope that the winter is just as interesting, because if it's going to be this hot during the summertime, then hopefully we can get El Nino kicking up in the Pacific, and we can start pumping up some moisture out here, because we absolutely need it here in the West.
Yeah.
All y'all folks out east that don't need no more rain, y'all can send it this way, and I'll promise I'll pay for it COD. So, all righty, senor. Well, you have yourself a great morning, everyone. Stay safe out there. Keep cool, and hopefully we'll talk to y'all next week.
All righty. I was looking at the radar, and that little light show you were watching earlier, I guess that would have been off to you. If you're in Albuquerque, it was off to your north. It was up towards Santa Fe. It's had some pretty few thunderstorms. It's almost like they developed and were just kind of parked there. Ain't moving much. And I see a few sprinkles down there toward Albuquerque. You ain't going to get much, but yeah, they did get a little bit of rain. Well, maybe a decent shower up there towards Santa Fe.
Yeah, well, I'm out here. Like I said, I'm out here in California, and I don't think I'd be able to see the lightning from 750 miles away.
I thought you were. I thought you were in Albuquerque.
No. I'm heading to Albuquerque after we go to Denver right now. Yeah, Baker, California was where I seen the 105 on the world's largest thermometer out here, and going up 15 just south of Las Vegas is where I ran into that little gnats rain. But I'm glad to hear that somebody up in my neck of the woods got rain out there in New Mexico, or a little bit of a shower.
Okay.
But that'll work. That's good too. That's good to know.
Yep. Good deal. All right. Have a good night. Yeah, I'm not seeing much of anything in California. There were just a few little bitty pop-up showers. That's about it. All right. What are we looking at? Rolling up on 20 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. All right. The Senate Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee's version of the highway bill is moving forward. It is the Surface Transportation Investment Act of 2021. It was approved 25-3 in the markup hearing Wednesday. So now the bill moves to the full Senate floor. For truckers, the most important aspects of the Senate highway bill may be what's not included. Unlike the Invest in America Act on the House side, the Senate bill does not have any measures to increase your minimum insurance requirement. It also does not have the screening mandate for obstructive sleep apnea. OOIDA actively opposes the House Transportation and Infrastructure Highway Bill that was approved by the committee last week. They're calling this particular bill an anti-trucker disgrace, and noted all the things the Senate version left out, including restrictions on personal conveyance, the expansion of the FMCSA's use of ELD data. Yeah, the Senate bill's not perfect, but we did a good job of keeping out some of the most harmful provisions that were being promoted in the Senate, according to Colin Long with the Government Affairs Office there. In the end, I think truckers can look at this legislation as a much, much better bill than what the House produced, obviously. As for negatives, OOIDA does oppose measures in the bill that call for automatic emergency braking, a mandate there. Plus, there's language involving side underride guards. But that, again, that is a whole lot better than the House bill. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So, with all that voter stuff you're talking about down there in Georgia and that, isn't that all fake news? There's no indiscretion in voting down there.
No, right.
Everything was fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's fake news. But anyways, there. So, I don't know, I guess last night while we were doing the show, or maybe a little bit before, I guess 95 north of Baltimore, they had a construction worker that was crossing the highway that got struck by a tractor trailer. So it was reported on the news there that Channel 11 WBAL had reported it there on their noontime news. So I didn't know if you could look into more of that, because they didn't say much about it other than the fact the construction worker was killed, but they didn't say if the construction worker was still inside his barricade zone or if he was, because they did say he was crossing the road. So I don't know if he just darted out in front of a truck and didn't see it coming, or wasn't paying attention, or just thought the truck would see him and stop, like cars and trucks drive across train tracks and say, oh, there's a train, it'll stop for me. No, it won't. But anyways, I just didn't know if you could check into that a little more, see if they had actually any real information out about it, other than the fact that, this person was struck and killed by a tractor trailer. And of course that ruins at least two families' lives. And, that I'm sure the truck driver didn't go out in the morning, planning on going out and running over a construction worker. So, I'm sure he's not in the best of shape either at this point. So, anyway,
I'm looking,
to get onto that racing stuff.
I got this story for you here. Yeah, he was killed. Construction worker killed after struck by a tractor trailer 95 Wednesday night. About 9 o'clock in the evening, construction worker identified as Antonio Payton, 33 years old, was attempting to cross the express toll lane to set up signs in the work zone when he was struck by the tractor trailer. Police say Payton, who was wearing reflective clothing, was declared dead at the scene. Tractor trailer driver remained at the scene. So far, speed and alcohol are not considered factors in the crash. So it's an investigation.
All right. So he was just out trying to set up signs, so he wasn't in any protected zone or anything like that.
Right.
Probably his vehicle was parked on one side of the road, and he was running across to the other side of the road. Probably the truck was doing exactly what he was supposed to do, is he moved over for the vehicle that was on the side of the road with the flashing lights, but the construction worker wasn't with his vehicle. He was on the other side of the road proceeding to cross the road. So that would mean the truck driver did exactly what the law told him to do, but then that caused the accident. Unintended consequences.
Right.
So, but anyways, as I say, there's a truck driver that, I know drivers that after they've had a fatal accident like that can't get back behind the wheel. I mean, that could potentially end that driver's career right there.
Yep.
And whatever else could happen after that. So anyways, but it sounds like you put some good news out there about stinking Lincoln. It's a good thing Freddie the freeloader isn't out there driving on the road, driving through stinking Lincoln. I don't think he'd be too happy with all that DOT enforcement, would he?
Not one little bit.
Yeah. Anyway, so you had a thing out there before. You went through where they did one of those checks. You said what? They went through like 126 vehicles and put some out of service and gave out 10 stickers.
Yep.
That's less than 10%, Steve. That's less than 10% of the vehicles actually got a clear sticker to go on.
No, it was 26 inspections, but they found 124 violations with 26 inspections.
All right.
So I guess if you've got 26 and 10 of the 26 got a sticker, there were 124 violations out of 16 trucks. Those must have been puddle jumper rattle traps.
I guess so. Yeah. But yeah, I missed that part. I thought you said there was 126 inspections. And all right. Well, anyways, so to move on to the racing here, I didn't realize what you say that they're going to be at this weekend there with Hot Shot Secret. You said that's Beaver Creek up in Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania, that is correct.
I didn't realize that. I was thinking Beaver Creek was like all the other beaver stuff that's out there near Pittsburgh. We had that shooting in the Walmart. That was Beaver Falls or something out there near Pittsburgh. Didn't even really dawn on me to look it up and see where it was. So I Googled it up there. It's only about an hour north of Harrisburg where that Beaver Creek is. And so I don't know. I might change my weekend plans up. I might take a ride up there because that'd be about 2 hours for me to get up there.
Get on up and see Kyle. Check out some of the dragsters, some of the Hot Shot Secret racers there. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was seriously considering changing my plans up for the following weekend and going down to that Virginia Motorsports Park down there. And what is it, Doolittle or Deuce? I don't know. It's some little town with a real funny name, but that's just outside Richmond. There, it's a little southwest off of 85, but that's almost a 4-hour ride for me to get down there. So you figure 4 hours down and spend the day there and 4 hours home. That makes for a long day, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm. It does.
So anyways, I don't know. I might change my plans up for tomorrow and see if I can get up to Beaver Creek. You didn't have a location where that other one is, that Mason Dixon one in Maryland. I know Lone Ranger said he knew of it, but I haven't heard of that one. And was Hot Shot going to have anything there? Were they going to have any showing at all at that Mason Dixon one, or were you just reading off another event that was going to be happening?
I don't know that they're going to be there. No, I don't think they are. I mean, like, I know next weekend, I think he's going to be at Virginia Motorsports Park. I mean, Kyle's obviously it's Beaver Springs Dragway this weekend, next weekend. That's the Holly Rock Summer Diesel Showdown. They'll be there for that. That's a big one.
And I was really thinking about going down to that Virginia Motor Park there.
That's the one where
the following weekend to see that big show and everything.
That's where they'll have the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10 racing there at the Holly Rock Customs.
Okay. Yeah. And as I told you before, I actually ran into the people from Holly Rock. They actually are right next door neighbors to one of the places I deliver to there. And I just happened to see their show trailer, their hauler trailer show up one day, and like, because I'm not usually there in the daytime. Usually I'm there about now in the dark, and I don't get to see any life down there. And as I say, I was down there about 9 o'clock in the morning, and their hauler trailer comes rolling in, and so they have a couple big pieces of equipment, a dragster, and so they look like they're pretty interesting people. So, but I did wander over and asked them if they knew anything about Hot Shot Secret. They said, "Oh yeah, we know all about that." So I said, "Well, I guess there's no need to continue this conversation." So, but we did chit chat for a while, and I don't know. I spent 15, 20 minutes there talking to them, seeing some of their stuff. But yeah, so I don't know. I'm trying to decide whether I want to change my plans this weekend or change my plans next weekend, because I know the next weekend down there in Virginia is going to be a big show. But I don't know. I'll have to see what develops, see where I feel like doing.
Yeah, I believe the Beavers this weekend's race. I think they had a cap, like a limit, 250 cars registered. So I mean, that's a lot of cars either way. 250.
Yep. But they won't. The one down in Virginia had all the big show trucks and everything going to be there too. There's a big truck side to that as well as the race. So that was, but 8 hours of driving in one day and then doing everything else all day long, I know the 8 hours of driving is supposed to not be a big thing for me because that's all I do all day. But when you throw the other part of what you want to do in there, the 4 hours home doesn't sound very exciting. But anyway, so I don't know. I guess that's about what we got going for you there. And hope that driver there last night there. Hope there isn't too much detrimental effect from that going on. So we'll see how that turns out. But anyways, hey, one last thing. You had that deal you're talking about out there in Portland, where that one officer is now being charged from that. Was that Chaz area or whatever? That's where that whole deal got set up, wasn't it? Out there?
That's where they
were up in Seattle.
I can't recall. I think that was in the zone where they kind of took over there.
Okay.
For several weeks. Yep. All right, horse feathers, I got to get to my news break here, a little bit behind. But, yeah, I'll give you the full break. In case you missed it last evening, if you're going to make it up next weekend to Virginia Motorsports Park in North Dinwiddie, Virginia, Kyle's going to be there. And if you stop by and tell him you're an Overnight Drive listener, he's going to hook you up with a free quart of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, which that's a $32 value. That would cover the cost of $20 to get in for the racing action there. So, yeah, more on that just ahead. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden has signed legislation that will make Juneteenth a federal holiday. Biden thanked members of the Congressional Black Caucus during a press conference.
I'm especially pleased that we showed the nation that we can come together as Democrats and Republicans to commemorate this day with an overwhelming bipartisan support of the Congress.
Juneteenth is the day in 1865 when Union soldiers reached Galveston, Texas, to tell slaves that were living there they're now free. Carnival says a data breach in March may have exposed personal information from employees and customers. Carnival Cruise Line, Holland America, and Princess Cruises were all affected. That includes social security numbers, passport numbers, dates of birth, and other information. The company had 2 ransomware attacks last year. This is USA Radio News.
Does your business spend $500 a month or more on gas and electric bills? Did you know by making a simple free phone call, you can save up to 25% on your bill every month? What could you do with a 25% savings on utility bills every month? Energy deregulation is now available in your state. Making one simple phone call will show you how we can lower your gas and electric bills instantly with no changes to your bill and no enrollment fee. This is a free service. The only thing you'll notice is a lower bill every month. Call U.S. Power and Light right now. Learn how easy it is to lower your utility bills for your business and save money. We promise. So if you spend over $500 a month on your gas and electric bills, please call right now and unleash your savings.
800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. That's 800-941-3381.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration, emissions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
I just shared a link that Kyle had put up this past day. Some of the photos from Beaver Springs where the action is underway, as he put it, 7th annual Mutt and Jeff race. Beaver Springs Dragway in Pennsylvania. A bunch of our friends from the Corona Lockdown Practice Tree League. Here's showing off their bulb skills. You can, by the way, catch all the action live all weekend free on MotorManiaTV.com. MotorManiaTV.com. Check that out. Yeah, check out some of the photos I shared there. Got the booth all set up. Yeah, I mentioned then coming up next weekend, big race. Friday and Saturday, 25th and 26th. The Outlaw Diesel Super Series headed to the legendary Virginia Motorsports Park. There in Virginia. Hot Shot Secret going to be out there along with all the fastest diesel drag racers in the country, including the world's fastest diesel, the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10, along with all the other Hot Shot sponsored racers. It's the next leg of the Outlaw Diesel Points Series. Always guaranteed to be a good time. And like Horse Feathers mentioned, Kyle said that they do have drag racing. They got the vendor alley full of diesel industry manufacturers, and then they've got an awesome truck show, including big rigs. Sent me the flyer in regards to that. Got the custom big rig awards. Always some cool trucks out there. Says I'd love to see some of our overnight drive listeners maybe roll in for that particular show. Gates open at noon Friday. Test sessions and qualifying rounds of racing going on till 10 p.m. Saturday, gates open at 8 a.m. Track goes hot at 11 a.m. They'll be racing all day long. Spectator tickets, just $20. Hope to see a bunch of Steve Sommers Overnight Drive listeners out there. And he said, I'll even sweeten the pot. Anybody who stops by the Hot Shot Secret booth says I'm an Overnight Drive listener, I'll give them a free quart of Stick Shit Eliminator. A $32 value, so that'll cover your $20 spectator fee. Let's roll out the big rigs to Virginia Motorsports Park. Catch some of the great diesel racing action coming up again next weekend. By the way, that Virginia Motorsports Park, he says it's south of Richmond, Virginia, kind of near where I-95 and I-85 meet up. Maybe you can get by, say hello. What's happening, Knucklebuster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. When you said that Mutt and Jeff race, I thought you were talking about Joe and Kamala were going to have a foot race with each other. So that's what they remind me of.
Yep.
Lonnie Anderson, at 75, she's still a good-looking old gal now. I'm going to tell you that now. I looked at a few pictures of her before I sent that article there. I want you to know, Steve, you can stop the presses, extra, read all about it. Knucklebuster has just got his last CDL renewed. When that one expires, I'll be old enough to retire. That is, well, I hope so. I hope I don't have to keep working past retirement age there.
Mm-hmm.
I read where old Dementia Joe there, he called Putin Trump.
I saw that. He referred
to
President Trump.
That didn't go over too well with
President
Vladimir.
Putin. Yeah. Well, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I understand my dad had dementia. It's a bad thing, man. And, you can tell Joe's got it there because he says stupid stuff all the time. He forgets stuff there. And he even gets angry at people over nothing. So, Dementia is a bad thing, but I mean, you can tell he's got it bad. He's got a bad case of it there. I read where the Supreme Court of the United States ruled in favor 9-0 on the Catholic charity not having to accept same-sex couples. And Steve, them LGBTQUS people were mad. They were calling them Supreme Court justices everything in the book. Man, I had to cover my ears just reading the article there. But they did. They ruled by what the law says, not by some political ideology. Mm-hmm. And my hat's off to them. They ruled 9-0, Steve. So you know they got it right there. And I don't tell people if they defund the police, you better get ready to drive all day or all night and then spend the rest of your time doing guard duty on that vehicle there. I don't hate people, but I do hate their bad driving habits. Not only do you put your own life in jeopardy, you put mine in jeopardy too. And I want people to listen up real close to me, that if you get caught in the left lane with a no truck sign, and that policeman pulls you over, you tell him as a professional driver, you take the public safety as your number one priority, that especially yours, that you were not in that left lane just passing slow traffic. You was in that left lane to avoid an accident, and you would return to the proper lane as soon as it was safely possible to do so. Mm-hmm. And that should keep you from getting a ticket there. But you never know. You might meet that one that's just going to write you no matter what there. And my 92-year-old mother told me today, Steve, that she was born and raised in St. Louis up there. She remembers the day when a woman could walk down the sidewalk of St. Louis at night and not have to worry about anything. But she'd be afraid to even walk down the street of St. Louis in broad daylight now. And I told her, well, for one thing, Mama, I'm not going to let you walk down the street of St. Louis, whether it's day or night, not by yourself anyway there. And y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret, keep Steve's boss Chris happy, and buy some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive baseball cap and travel mugs there. And especially you women, y'all buy his T-shirts there, because his name looks a whole lot better when it's stuck out front there. And that'll be all of my baloney.
All right.
That'll be all of my baloney for right now. I'll call you during the loneliest hour of radio, because I don't want you falling asleep behind the wheel there, Steve.
All right.
We'll talk to you later on tonight.
Thank you, Knuckle Buster. Hey, by the way, it is Father's Day weekend coming on here, right? Got a special deal from our friends at Hot Shot Secret. Thanks, Dad. Now till June the 21st, actually, you get a free 16-ounce bottle of Stiction Eliminator with any $40 purchase at hotshotsecret.com. Take advantage of that. 16-ounce Stiction Eliminator with any $40 purchase. All right, let me get back to the calls here, and looks like Eagle's back with us. Take two, Eagle.
Yeah, I want to discuss something else that you was talking about tonight, and that's the defunding of the police that's going on around America. Steve, we talked about this a couple of months ago. Yeah, the situation is getting out of control in a lot of the major cities. Well, it's been out of control in the major cities around America. In Minnesota, they're doing the same thing. They got people out there protesting again, and it'd probably be the same thing. It's just a matter of time, before we have another shooting by a police officer, and then all hell's going to break loose. And that's what these people are looking for. But like I said, Atlanta, Georgia, I used to live in Atlanta, Georgia. The Keisha Bottoms, she tried to pass the blame down to a police chief. Now she's working in another city. I seen that same police chief that she got rid of. I forgot where. I think she's in Nashville, Tennessee now, working. But she passed the blame down, or it was Keisha. She should have lost her job too. What happened last year in Atlanta with the shootings the guy that took place at the Wendy's restaurant got run from the police, and they tried to blame it on the chief. She had nothing to do with it. But like I said, with all this defunding of the police, Steve, they're just asking for trouble. And like I said, the morale is down. I don't know if you can hear it during your break. They keep playing the same message during your break, talking about the Atlanta situation in a place called Buckhead. It's like a nightclub area of Atlanta, Georgia, where people go to party, and it's don't got to be so dangerous now that you can't even go there without some type of altercation or shooting. You know, they just had a shooting down in Texas where I live at last weekend in Austin, Texas, where over 15 to 20 people were shot. And they didn't even have enough police. They didn't even have enough police to come to the crime scene, Steve, because nobody wants to be a police officer because the money is not there, and it's not even worth it at this point. You don't get no respect from these people. And like I used to tell some other loser that used to call your show, you know, people say that they hate the police so much, but guess who they dial up when they got an emergency? They dial up the 911 number, but they say they hate the police so much, but whenever they got an emergency, they seem to want to call these people. Mm-hmm. So, like I say, we're in a no-win situation, Steve. It's going to be a long, hot summer. Things ain't even got started yet, Steve. And like I say, it's just a matter of time before we have some serious deals going on. It still got so bad now, Steve. You know, remember a couple of years ago, when we had a mass murder shooting, you know, it was all over the news. Now we have so many. I think they had another mass shooting today out in I think Arizona. I think it was. It's at the bottom of the news. It don't even make headlines no more because it's just a common everyday thing going on because people are just totally out of control right now in America, and we have no leader to try to make things happen. Like that previous caller said, Joe Biden, the guy has dementia. You know, the guy needs to be removed. You know, I understand that he called Vladimir Putin Donald Trump. So that's what you have. That's what you have in your White House right now. For those of you people that insist that Joe Biden is qualified to be president, that's what your president is doing right now. He's calling Vladimir Putin Donald Trump. So keep on thinking that your man Biden is the guy for the job. You know, and you know something, Steve, that what really makes me upset about this whole deal with Joe Biden is like you said, we went over this. Anybody in their right mind, and we've argued about this, you know, way back in January when they had the election. Anybody in their right mind, it's not no late breaking news. You know, now all of a sudden they coming out with this information about Georgia that they was voting irregularities. They had all kind of crooked stuff going. And we knew this way back in November and December, and they didn't do nothing about it. And guess what? They ain't going to do nothing about it now because they know exactly what transpired. And anybody in their right mind, I'll say until I go to my grave, I know that Donald Trump is the legitimate president in 2020. And like I say, he got robbed. As simple as that. You can call it sour grapes, you can call it what you want to call it. But when it all boils down to, Donald Trump should be in the White House right now, not Joe Biden. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Thank you very much. He is convinced. Let me share this one with you. We've been told for well over a year now. Yeah, you got to wear a mask. Wear a mask. Widespread forced public masking must be implemented. Because even if only moderately to slightly to negligibly effective, that there's zero drawbacks to wearing a mask, right? I mean, what's the harm? It's just a minor inconvenience. And if it saves one life, it's worth it. Yeah, we've heard all that time and time again. Meanwhile, Team Reality we've not only continued to point out real world data that shows that wearing a mask can be entirely ineffective. They've also maintained that forced public masking, especially long term, actually has negative health ramifications that the powers that be are all too happy to ignore. All right. It only stands to reason that one of these health ramifications would be the fact that millions of people, especially children, have been forced to wear and carry around pieces of cloth that they've continually breathed through for hours on end. You got to wonder what sort of lurking pathogens might be found on these disgusting contraptions, being incessantly handled, stuck in pockets, tossed on books and tables and desks. Well, a group of Florida parents sent a batch of masks worn by their children to a lab so they could find out. You'll probably need to make sure you're not eating dinner before you digest the results. From the press release, Gainesville, Florida, a group of parents concerned about potential harms from wearing masks submitted 6 face masks to a lab for analysis. The resulting report found 5 masks were contaminated with bacteria, parasites, and fungi, including 3 with dangerous pneumonia-causing bacteria. No viruses were detected on the mask, although the test is capable of detecting viruses. The analysis detected the 11 alarming, dangerous pathogens on the masks. Streptococcus pneumonia, a.k.a. that's pneumonia. Tuberculosis. Meningitis. Sepsis. Keratitis and encephalitis. Another bacteria, they have the technical names, can't hardly pronounce most of them, but Acinetobacter baumannii, which would lead to pneumonia, bloodstream infections, meningitis, urinary tract infections. Let's see, E. coli, a.k.a. food poisoning. Another Borrelia burgdorferi, which causes Lyme disease, diphtheria, Legionnaire's disease, and Staphylococcus stereotype M3, causes severe infections, high morbidity rates. Half the masks were contaminated with 1 or more strains of pneumonia-causing bacteria. 1/3 of them were contaminated with 1 or more strains of meningitis-causing bacteria. 1/3 were contaminated with dangerous antibiotic-resistant bacterial pathogens. In addition, less dangerous pathogens were identified. Pathogens that cause fever, ulcers, acne, yeast infections, strep throat, periodontal disease, Rocky Mountain spotted fever. Now, how long were these masks worn, you might want to know? The face masks studied were either new or freshly laundered before wearing. They had been worn anywhere from 5 to 8 hours, most during in-person schooling by children ages 6 through 11. 1 was worn by an adult. A T-shirt worn by one of the children at school, and unworn masks were tested as controls. No pathogens were found on the controls. Proteins found on the T-shirts, for example, are not pathogenic to humans that are commonly found in hair, skin, and oil. A parent who participated in the study commented that this small sample points to a need that we definitely need more research. We need to know what we're putting on the faces of our children every day. We all know masks provide a warm, moist environment for bacteria to grow. These local parents contacted the lab because they were concerned about the potential of contaminants on masks that their children were being forced to wear all day at school. Taking them off, putting them on, setting them on various surfaces, wearing them in the bathroom. That's why they sent these masks in for research. That's a lot of nasty stuff. Pathogens. Yeah, growing in that warm, moist environment. And again, the question, the authorities tried to tell people, if you're going to wear a cloth-type mask, wash it on a nightly basis. Yeah. How many parents do you think were actually washing their kids' mask every day? Yeah, maybe a couple times a week, but you're probably wearing masks 2, 3, 4 days in a row. And I guarantee you there's some that probably, for the duration of the whole school period, the whole season, probably never even washed their mask. Just saying. All right, we've hit top of the hour. News update time. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden has made Juneteenth the nation's 12th official holiday. June 19th marks the day in 1865 when Union soldiers told slaves that they were free.
This is a day of profound, in my view, profound weight and profound power. A day in which we remember the moral stain, terrible toll that slavery took on the country and continues to take.
It's the first new federal holiday since Martin Luther King Day was created in 1983. The Supreme Court has dismissed a challenge to the Affordable Care Act. The justices ruled that Texas and other Republican-led states, as well as 2 individuals, had no right to bring their lawsuit to federal court. The ruling, which was written by liberal Justice Stephen Breyer, didn't decide whether the individual mandate was unconstitutional. This is USA Radio News.
My feet hurt. So when Mike Lindell told me about his new My Slipper, I just had to try it. It's more than a bedroom slipper. It's an indoor-outdoor slipper with a 3-tier cushioning system that combines 2 layers of foam with a patented impact gel to keep you from wanting to ever take them off. I love them. They're comfortable, beautifully finished with leather suede, faux fur linings, and an indoor-outdoor sole. And Mike guarantees this will be the most comfortable slipper you'll ever own, or you'll get your money back. 60-day money-back guarantee, 1-year warranty, and you can save 40% when you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Mention USA Radio when you get to give them the promo code USA, and they will take good care of you. Save 60% on just about anything on the MyPillow website when you use my promo code USA. MyPillow.com, my slippers.
The Biden administration said it will invest more than $3 billion in the development and manufacturing of antiviral medicines to create an evolving line of coronavirus treatments. The new plan, called the Antiviral Program for Pandemics, will respond to the call for antivirals to treat COVID-19 with medications that prevent serious illness and death from the disease. The National Institutes of Health, National Institutes of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, and the Biomedical Advancement Research and Development Authority will take part in the program. A tropical storm warning has been issued for much of the Gulf Coast as meteorologists continue to closely watch what the National Hurricane Center has called a potential tropical cyclone 3. Forecasters say the system could further develop into a tropical depression or subtropical storm sometime on Friday. If the system continues to strengthen enough, it could be called Tropical Storm Claudette. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new Edgar Bergenauer with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you'll help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
A small town in Georgia is trying to go on its own due to the rising crime waves in nearby Atlanta. USA Radio Network's Tim Berg has the story.
In the Atlanta community of Buckhead, the debate over becoming an independent city has been brewing on and off for decades. Now, amid a spike in crime, calls to split from Atlanta have grown louder than ever. Homicides are up by 63% compared to the same time last year and up 43% compared to the same period in 2019. The city has seen more than 300 shooting incidents since the start of the year, up 45% from what it recorded last year at the same time, and up 55% from 2019. Bill White is the chairman and CEO of the Buckhead City Committee. He tells Fox News enough is enough.
We are living in a war zone. That's how we describe living in Buckhead. And what has happened here in the last several years is an incredibly dangerous spike in crime and a complete vacuum of leadership. The police in Atlanta are great policemen and women. We love them. They just want to do their job, and they're not being allowed to do that.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
You can listen to current news, updated hourly, or search through the archives and find a story that aired days ago. Listen to all the news, all the time, at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Surely y'all remember the couple that during the riots last summer, where the rioters were making their way down the street, breaking through the fence of the couple that came out on the front porch, out on the front lawn. He had a long gun, she had a pistol. Like, get the hell off our property. Remember them? Who ultimately ended up trying to come up on gun charges. Felony gun charges. Mark and Patricia McCloskey. Well, they pleaded guilty to 2 misdemeanor charges this past day. Pretty much settling the legal battle over whether the gun-toting couple broke the law in holding guns as protesters broke the gate and walked through their yard. He dropped all the felony charges, all the gun charges, and they charged me with a crime that said I purposely placed other people in apprehension of imminent fear or physical injury. Well, by God, I did it, said McCloskey. That's what the guns were for. The guns were there to scare people off and make sure they didn't approach us. And that is exactly what the guns did. That's what the Second Amendment was there for. So I couldn't say no to that particular charge. Of course, McCloskey, a staunch conservative supporter of former President Trump, is now running for Senate in Missouri. Avoided jail time on the 2 felonies that could have landed him 4 years in the slammer. As I said on the courthouse steps, if that's a crime in Missouri, well, I did it, and I'll do it again. Noting that he's going to pay the parking ticket, a $750 fine, and that's all. And then there's the further possibility of a pardon from Missouri's governor. I'd like for him to do that, but that's up to the governor, he said. Yeah, he said he would. I'll leave it up to the governor. He's a great guy. He's a great governor. He's done wonderful things for Missouri. He denounced the false narratives about his legal case, particularly considering his very diverse neighborhood that he was protecting. All these attempts to paint it as some kind of a white supremacist stronghold, it's all a bunch of crap. It's ridiculous. Yeah, after wanting the world to leave him the heck alone, let me live my life in peace and comfort, he's now inspired to run for the Senate and stand for conservative values in Congress. God came knocking on our door, disguised as an angry mob, and that transformed us, he said. Patty and I decided to just put the rest of our lives on hold and do what we can do to save this great nation. Our liberties are being stripped so quickly. This country is deteriorating so fast, we just said, we don't care what it takes. We're going to put everything else on hold, do what we can to restore the America that we knew when we were kids. I think that's quite the scenario. First, makes sense. Just leave us alone. Let us live our life. Yeah, they didn't pull the trigger. I think they did what most any of us would have done, trying to protect our home, protect our property. Undoubtedly, when you've got an angry mob, when you've been sitting in your living room watching news night after night after night of buildings burned, businesses looted, property being destroyed, vehicles being overturned, mobs jumping on cars, busting out windshields, beating people in the streets. You think they might have just had a sense of fear that the mob was right there on their front lawn? Come on, be honest. Who amongst us wouldn't have done exactly what they did? Hey, Lone Ranger.
Steve, I'd like to respond to a couple things, if it's okay with you.
Sure.
What did you say that guy was charged with? You read the charge, but there was a bunch of words there, and I didn't catch it all. What was the actual name of the charge? What did they say he did?
Oh, let me get it back up here. I purposely placed other people in apprehension of imminent fear of physical injury.
Okay, stop right there. When the mob showed up at his house, that's what they did.
Exactly.
They said they were going to burn his house down and rape his wife.
Yep.
And his response was to stand there with his gun. So what he did was self-defense. What they did was throw out that threat. The same thing you just said. That's what they did. This is so upside down. This country is going downhill so fast with these liberal jackasses. But you know what, Steve? It's all about power. Defunding the police. Let's touch that real quick. I got into a discussion with a lady the other day, liberal. She says, "Oh, it's terrible the way the police treat these people. You're shooting." And I said, "Lady, do you know the statistics?" She goes, "No." I said, "The statistics are that police brutality occurs in 0.07% of arrests." And I said, as far as the race, she's bringing a race part of it out. I said, in 2019, 15 people were shot by the cops, and 12 of them were white. I said, you're listening to CNN and you're throwing out this narrative. And then she got into the George Floyd thing, and I said, well, okay, it's sad for anybody to die. I said, but the problem started with the commission of a crime. And then after he's in a police car, he threw a fit, and he was all hopped up on drugs and resisted arrest. I said, but a lot of people are using that as a tool for their protests, and they're going home with their Christmas shopping, looting and stuff. I said they don't care about George Floyd. They're just using it for a tool. And she says, oh, Black Lives Matter, this and this and this. I said, okay, let me ask you another question. You're a fan of Black Lives Matter, which is your choice. I said, did you see on the news where one of the founders of Black Lives Matter just bought 3 or 4 $1 million homes in white neighborhoods? Did you see that report? Well, that's her business, what she does with her money. And I said, well, how do you know it was her money? How do you know that? And I said, she resigned right after she bought the houses. I said, but let me ask you this. You seem to be a concerned person. Who in the black community is going to benefit? Black kids are going to not get shot in Chicago as a result of her buying 4 $1 million homes in white neighborhoods. How's that going to benefit the community she claims to care about? And if she cares about black children getting killed, why didn't she spend any time in Chicago? She should be in Chicago every day. The whole organization should be in Chicago. And she didn't know what to say. She stopped. Now, just for real quick for horse feathers, the Dixie drag strip is in Boonesboro, Maryland, which is, I guess that's western. I've never been there, and it's south of Interstate 70. I know where it is. I just never was there. And what the heck was the other thing somebody was talking about? I forgot now. But anyway, on the lighter side, a guy went into a restaurant and he ordered a BLT. So he finished the BLT, and the lady says, that's $27.95. He goes, what? He said, I eat BLTs in here all the time. It's $7.95, not $27.95. She goes, oh, no. She says, you're not watching the price of lumber. Each one of those toothpicks holding that sandwich together is $5. So anyway, that's all I got. I'll see you later.
That's about the extent of
Steve,
it. Yeah,
Steve,
go ahead.
Steve,
yeah.
Steve. Hey, this one I forgot. The reason Biden and Harris are not going to the southern border is because they want the illegals to come here. They don't want to stop them. They want as many. We talked about this for years. It's about power. The end goal is to eliminate the Republican Party and have a one-party system in California. So if they can get 75% right now of Hispanics vote Democrat, period. So if they can get a whole bunch of Hispanics, fill the country up with Hispanics, and then the next step, you're going to hear them talking about making them legal.
Yes.
Right after making them legal, they can vote, okay? And let's go back to the Obama administration. He won by 6 million votes first time. And there's, 30 million illegals here? So if you got 30 million illegals able to vote, and 75% of them, if it holds true, vote Democrat, the Republican Party will never win another election. They want to do that for the same reason why they want to lower the voting age to 16, because the ability to reason is not fully developed in the mind until age 25. So anybody under age 25 will vote Democrat. Because of that, they don't have the ability to reason 100%, plus they're all being indoctrinated. They're indoctrinating kids that are 8 years old now. So anybody 16 has been through the liberal indoctrination in their schools, so they're going to vote Democrat. And it's the same reason why they might want to make Washington a state, because if you make it a state, you get 2 senators, and Washington is all liberal Democrats. It's all about power. When you hear a Democrat speak, take what they said and then try to calculate how it would benefit them personally or their party, and you'll figure out it'll make more sense to you then. Now, Biden, oh, by the way, on the George Floyd thing, I said to this lady, I said, how come everybody is complaining still about the incident with George Floyd except his family? She goes, oh, I'm sure they're just upset. I said, I don't see them on the news. I see a lot of people on the news. I don't see them. I said, let me ask you this. Do you think they would trade the $27 million that they got to have George back? Which do you think they'd rather keep? Would they rather have George back, or would they rather keep the $27 million? And that's why they always blame the police. If you watch the news, you'll see the same attorney running from case to case to case, just like Jackson and Sharpton used to do. And he's representing these people, and they're becoming millionaires. Now, if you blame the person who's really at fault, which is the person who committed the crime, there's no payday for you. you're not going to get a payday. And the other thing about Biden, if you notice, you don't hear him, ever since it came out that his son threw the N-word out, I don't know how many times in an email, Joe was talking about, remember, white supremacy and racism being the number one problem in this country. Now it's switched to climate change again. Right after the story came out about his son, the same son who, while Biden back in the day was arresting people for drug issues, he was also trying to get his son's charges for drug issues dropped using his clout. So everything that's going on right now is all political. It's all phony. Neither one of these clowns is qualified to be in the position they're in. It was such an embarrassment. Matter of fact, that's the other thing I want to say. Marco Rubio said that Kamala Toe's trip to Guatemala was, in fact, historically, the worst trip a statesman from this country ever made to another country. It accomplished nothing. It spent a bunch of money. He said it was the most embarrassing thing ever happened in this country with one of our representatives going to another country in history. And I'm sure you saw Biden with his aviator shades on in England, right?
Right.
Now, do you think the Queen felt really good about having a Top Gun pilot in her presence? Was he a fighter pilot at one point? What's the aviator? I don't understand that aviator shades thing. Did he used to be a pilot? Does he think he's Tom Cruise? What is with those things? But anyway, the guy's a total embarrassment. He can't even make a speech. He can't even talk. They won't let him answer any questions because him and Kamala Toe, neither one of them will answer any tough questions, not because they don't want to. They can't. They don't have the knowledge to answer the question. And they have handlers. Joe said it right on the news. Oh, they won't let me answer any questions, he said.
Yep.
Now, he's the president of the United States. Who's they? Who's above him? If he's a president, who's telling him what to do when he's the top dog in the country? And that's all I got. I'll see you.
It's the puppet master, whoever the puppet master is. Not exactly sure who that might be, but yeah, somebody's pulling his strings. I shouldn't be negotiating in public here. He made that statement at the G7. I shouldn't be negotiating. It is 844-844-3388. What's happening with Vic this morning?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Just what Lone Ranger was talking about there. You know, they made a big deal out of the Juneteenth now being a national holiday. Again, you know, my pet peeve is history being, what do they call that, reworked? There's a phrase for it, I forget it at the time, but revisionist history. Delaware, as Joe Biden has said, was a slave state. And after June 17th, 1865, slavery was still legal in Delaware. Delaware was the only slave state to fight for the North in the Civil War. And the only slaves that Abe Lincoln freed with the Emancipation Proclamation was those in states in full rebellion. He did not free the northern states, which Delaware was the only one. He did not free the slaves in the border states. And the reason he did that was because of the Fugitive Slave Act. In the Fugitive Slave Act, if any jurisdiction freed a slave, they had to compensate the slave owners. So when he came out and issued the Emancipation Proclamation, then that meant whenever the North would free up a territory and free the slaves, they could not be held liable to the slave owners to have to pay for the slaves. And there's more to it. But anyway, the gist of it is that this whole Juneteenth thing, it's a product of revisionist history. I don't know where these people learned their history or if they even learned history. But on June 17th of 1865, all the slaves in Texas were not freed. It's odd it happened in Galveston because that used to be the main port for smuggling slaves into this country from Africa, which had been illegal since 1810. And there's a whole lot more to the story, and most people get bored with history. But whenever you study the whole thing, it's like, do these people, the people that are proposing all this national holiday, it's an embarrassment to propose a national holiday that they know nothing about. And Chris can probably, and to switch subjects here, Chris can tell you a whole lot more about the composition of oil and everything else. And he has done this before, like, synthetic oil. They change the carbon change. It's not really oil to make the synthetic and all that. But we had the discussion on helium, and real quickly, the Zeppelins originally, whenever they were produced, the guy by the name of Zeppelin decided he would make a frame for a balloon and put engines on it, and that's called the dirigible. And that's why they were called Zeppelins. And for years, they did use helium. They had World War One. Basically, Germany was not to produce an air force again, but they wound up still having the Zeppelins. And when the United States found out that the Nazi Party had taken over and were actually using them for spying and warfare and other things, we refused to sell them helium, and that's when they went back to hydrogen. But most of our helium actually comes from crude oil, and I was kind of surprised to find that out. And so whenever you're talking about all this climate change and all this other type of stuff, helium is used to cool a lot of things, your MRIs and everything else. So I'm not exactly sure how this whole carbon trading scheme is going to work. I know there's a lot of people in the brokerage industries and all that they're anxiously looking forward to this, because basically whenever you get down to carbon, it's necessary. How far the carbon change is going to go, I don't know. But it's the whole thing is it's a pure money-making scheme, and it's not about climate change at all. And interestingly enough, in the heat wave in Texas, the windmills didn't kick in again because somebody forgot to repair them after the winter freeze. And with that, I'll let you go, Steve.
All right. I hadn't caught that. Windmills didn't kick in? Okay. All right, we're coming up on bottom of the hour news break here. Got an email from Sylvester this past day. Paying very close attention to what's going on with China. And we've been talking off and on about China inevitably making a move on Taiwan. And I guess the largest such move occurred several days ago, right on the heels of the statement from the Group of Seven, the G7 summit, where the G7 leaders actually issued a joint statement scolding China for a series of issues. And they actually mentioned Taiwan, and China is not at all pleased with that. We'll tell you what transpired here. Real quick, before we get our news break, I got a message from Scooter a few moments ago. He said, Steve, I just passed a Holland truck on I-75 in Troy, Ohio, and the driver had the window down, his bare left foot and lower leg hanging out the damn window. What would he do if he had to stop in a hurry or evade a collision? I got to tell you, never a dull moment out here. So he got his leg hanging out the window. That's smart. Yeah, we'll return in just a moment. Rolling into a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden has made Juneteenth the nation's 12th official holiday. June 19th marks the day in 1865 when Union soldiers told slaves that they were free.
This is a day of profound, in my view, profound weight and profound power. A day in which we remember the moral stain, terrible toll that slavery took on the country and continues to take.
It's the first new federal holiday since Martin Luther King Day was created in 1983. The Supreme Court has dismissed a challenge to the Affordable Care Act. The justices ruled that Texas and other Republican-led states, as well as 2 individuals, had no right to bring their lawsuit to federal court. The ruling, which was written by liberal Justice Stephen Breyer, didn't decide whether the individual mandate was unconstitutional. This is USA Radio News.
America's founders knew power corrupts, and ultimate power corrupts ultimately, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. That's why they built in checks and balances to prevent any one group from seizing all power.
And that's why our president is elected by a college of electors to protect the rights of little states like Delaware and Wyoming against giants like New York and California. After all, our country is a republic, the United States of America, not the United State. Our states are independent, sovereign powers who created the federal government, not the other way around.
And that's why all power ultimately lies in we the people and the states, not a central dictatorship of cronies. Did you know that? Thank God for the U.S. Constitution.
Find out more how our amazing Constitution and Bill of Rights protect us, the citizens, against power-crazed politicians in Washington. Help us take back America. Go to ouramericanrights.com. Brought to you by the American Media Council.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Okay, where did we leave off there? China, yeah. Sylvester concerned about what's going on. I think with the link, he simply said, it's coming. China responding to what Beijing has labeled an act of collusion between Taiwan and Western powers with a show of air power. Should say again, but this is the largest such move. 28 Chinese Air Force aircraft, including fighters and nuclear-capable bombers, entered Taiwan's Air Defense Identification Zone Tuesday. The largest incursion of Chinese aircraft reported by Taiwan to date. This after the Group of 7 leaders issued a joint statement Sunday scolding China for a series of issues, underscoring the importance of peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. Comments that China condemned as slander. Asked at a news conference whether the military activity was related to the G7 statement, a spokesman for China's Taiwan Affairs Office said Taiwan's government is to blame for the tensions. Beijing believes the island's government is working with foreign countries to seek formal independence. We will never tolerate attempts to seek independence or wanton intervention in the Taiwan issue by foreign forces. So we need to make a strong response to these acts of collusion, he said. Taiwan has complained over the last few months of repeated incursions by China's Air Force near the island, concentrated in the southwestern part of the air defense zone. However, this time, not only did the Chinese aircraft fly in an area close to the Pratas Islands, but the bombers and some of the fighters flew around the southern part of Taiwan near the bottom tip of the island. According to Taiwan's defense ministry, the flyby happened on the same day the U.S. Navy said a carrier group led by the USS Ronald Reagan had entered the disputed South China Sea. The Ronald Reagan Strike Group did not interact with any Chinese military aircraft. Strike Group spokesperson Lieutenant Commander Joe Kiley said in an emailed statement in regard to questions on whether the Chinese aircraft had approached them, said during the Strike Group's South China Sea operations, all communications between ship and aircraft have been consistent with international norms, have not impacted our operations. One senior official familiar with the security planning tells Reuters officials believed China was kind of sending a message to the U.S. as the carrier group sailed through the channel that separates Taiwan from the Philippines and leads into the South China Sea. Kind of a strategic intimidation of the U.S. military. They wanted the U.S. to notice their capability and for them to restrain their behavior. Taiwan needs in particular to pay attention to the fact that China's military has started conducting drills in Taiwan's southeastern ADIZ to a certain degree. This was targeted in increasing air defense pressure around the ADIZ. Taiwan's east coast is home to 2 major air bases with hangars that are dug out in the side of mountains to provide protection in the event of an assault by China. But yeah, tensions. It's really getting hot over there. And yes, the U.S. and Japan. U.S. has deployed an aircraft carrier to the South China Sea, conducting security operations, they said, with our allies. Deployed Monday to the U.S. 7th Fleet area to support free movement and operation in the Indo-Pacific region. The Navy said in a press release the activities were in cooperation with like-minded allies and partners to preserve international order in the South China Sea. All right. Overall free flow of trade in the South China Sea is important to international trade. Annually, around a third of all global maritime trade, and we're talking worth approximately $3.5 trillion, passes through the sea, including a third of all crude oil and half the global supply of liquefied natural gas. Morning, Chevy Guy.
Well, wait a minute. Good morning after that news. Well, good. We'll try. Mr. Vick, he was right, Delaware. Slavery, West Virginia, Berkeley County, West Virginia, still had slaves up until 1865. We always got to remember, United States of America has no responsibility for 400 years of slavery. Slavery in the United States of America, 1776, when we took ownership, to 1865 after the war, Civil War. That's 89 years. 87 years in the South because of the Emancipation Proclamation. So anybody got any complaints about that before? Then they need to talk to that old lady over in England and deal with, get reparations off of her. So yes, history needs to be taught and it needs to be remembered. Biden rejected giving aid to the Ukraine because of the so-called corruption. Now, all right, I've been sitting back just listening to the news all day yesterday. It's amazing. And when you know what you know, you can't get away from it. And I'm no genius here, okay? But the corruption he's talking about is the president that got elected because of the corruption in the country. And Joe Biden's son was raking in, millions of dollars off of that corruption. So Biden's basically rejecting the government that was investigating his son and was working with Donald Trump. And meanwhile, Russia has 30,000 troops on their border. Okay. Tough talk to China. Well, we've seen what happened in Alaska. How they're throwing Black Lives Matter and all this stuff. They don't respect this president at all. And I guarantee you, if something's going to happen, it's going to happen in the next year and a half, because we have a very weak president. We've got a preoccupied Congress in trying to destroy the party, and I mean destroy the Republican Party. So if they're going, we are so preoccupied, we don't have any leadership. The Navy, we can only hope, but we're already seeing that the heads of the military are nothing but a bunch of bootlickers so they can keep their stars and retire they'll throw a sailor over the board if they can get another star on their uniform. And but if anything's going to happen, if China makes its move, then Russia's going to make its move simultaneously. And I mean, they're not doing all this stuff, for any other reason, and they're going to do it, and that's just plain and simple. Biden's down there signing this thing about teeth. Let's put Donald J. Trump. Let's say he won the election, and let's shake it up a little bit. Donald Trump signing this thing about slavery. This is when the troops, Union troops, backed by a Republican president, went down there freeing the slaves. And about that time, you got the news media, over top of that saying, Mr. President, President Trump, your son was caught on his laptop using the N-word in foul language. You yourself was friends with Robert C. Byrd and spoke at his funeral. How many blacks while he was in the Ku Klux Klan died in the state of West Virginia? How much? I mean, did your son learn to use that word open and freely in your presence, in your household? If that's questions that are
those
never
would be
asked.
That's what
it would have been
exactly. Those were the questions they would be asking. But I'm not hearing a peep of any of those questions. Are you?
Absolutely not. But see, I'm sitting back. I listen to your show. I listen to these shows, and my brain gets full of this stuff. Now, I can't tell you exactly what I did yesterday. You know what I mean? And I can't remember. I seen a driver yesterday, worked with him for 2 years. I couldn't remember his name. I didn't recognize his face, everything. But all this stuff, this BS that I get in my head, man, it's locked in there. I don't know what to do with it. But yeah, and then on the top of the hour news, along with that, here's what really ticked me off. All right, they got it. I'm not absolutely sure how it's done, but the court said that someone in Texas didn't have a right to bring a case against a mandate. The government forcing us to mandate, the edict, the rule ruling of an American citizen, a free man, forcing him to buy insurance. All right, and supposedly they said because of Texas. All right, what in the world is going on in the court system? Because whatever happens there in Texas, if it gets turned around where an American citizen in Texas is forced to buy insurance, guess what? This American citizen in South Carolina will be forced to buy insurance. It doesn't matter. This affects the whole country. We've got the most ridiculous courts up there, and just because they put on them robes, matter of fact, we don't get a lot of good decisions out of people that like to run around in robes in this country. Just a side thought. But hey, if it affects people in Texas, it's going to affect us. It's going to affect all Americans, and it needs to be settled. It needs to be settled now. This is the last tiny bit of freedom that the American people have to hold back the government, other than being forced into buying this stuff. And at the same time, of course, we've never stopped funding the insurance in the medical industry. Them billions of dollars still has not stopped, even through Donald Trump, everything. That money goes into that industry, and we are they're trying to force the rest of us in it. And at no time are they mentioning cost control. Well, that's against the free enterprise system. That's against free. Well, so is forcing socialism and forcing the American people to buy something. So let's go both ways. Hey, if they're going to pee in our cornflakes, let's poop on their pancakes. How about that? I mean, there should be a man should not have to pay more than 10% for medical. I mean, let's keep it real. I mean, God deemed that 10% of your income is survivable. So let's do that from the government. 10% from the government on all this stuff should not be harmful to the American people, and everybody needs to pay. So it's crazy, but I'm going to pray for America. I've stopped saying God bless America. I'm saying God save America, because God can't bless America with what we're doing inside America. I mean, just what these people are doing here is you've got the minority, you've got minorities, and I'm not talking about race, I'm not talking about anything. You've got I'll use it this way, political minorities trying to control, and doing, it seems, because of the news media, doing a fairly good job trying to control the majority and put us all into basically a slavery. So, yeah, we need, Lord, this election coming. Now, if you know anybody, brag them. Your vote counts, because they can only print up so many ballots. So the American people need to make their voice heard. Of course, unless they change that law down there and they make it so all election information comes out of Washington. But this may be the last time a United States American citizen, his voice will be heard. The power from the people, it will be changed from not from a people to the government, but it be from the government to the people. And that makes us no better than Russia, China, or anybody else. So God help us, God save America, and I said it the night before, and that's it. As long as the Steve Sommers overnight drive is on the air, there's still hope out there. So thank you, Hot Shot Secret, for this, for keeping the hope alive. It's more than just oil, man. It's lubricating our whole lives here. So other than that, we're going to sit back. We're going to copy the mail, and I hope I didn't get a whole lot of people upset. But then again, I'm a truck driver. Sucks to be you.
You've been known to do that on a time or two, haven't you? Let me see here. I have inbred rednecks invested in a number of various cryptocurrencies. We know he's been involved in the Dogecoin. We know he's got he's got like 2 Bitcoins, and he dabbles around in others. I'm curious as to whether you have any of the Titan cryptocurrency, because it took a dump this week, Thursday morning. And billionaire investor Mark Cuban claims he was, quote, he used the word hit. He was hit by a cryptocurrency token market crash. This particular token, known as the Iron Titanium token, or Titan for short, went from over $60 a coin on June the 16th to just a fraction over zero Thursday morning, according to CoinGecko. The token is linked to Iron Finance, a group that runs the wider Iron stablecoin project. We talked about stablecoin last night that's supposed to avoid price volatility. Well, Thursday morning, apparently, the founder of the Finder.com finance site, an Iron Finance investor, tells CoinDesk the sudden crash in Titan was caused by panic selling by whales, as they call them. Whales, individuals who hold large amounts of a certain token. You know, that's exactly what's going on with the Dogecoin. There's a handful of individuals, just a limited few, that own an overwhelming majority of the Dogecoin. And they say that at any point, if one of those whales starts dumping their coins, all the others follow suit. And everything goes to hell in a handbasket. The news was soon being discussed on Twitter. Let's see, replying to one user after Cuban wrote, "I got hit like everybody else." He also claimed to have got out at one point. It didn't specify when. Experts have been warning about some of the risks and dangers associated with cryptocurrency trading. We all know about that, right? On June 13th, a post titled "The Brilliance of Yield Farming, Liquidity Providing and Valued Crypto Projects." Mark Cuban wrote that he was a liquidity provider for the QuickSwap decentralized exchange platform. He said, "I provide two different tokens that enable QuickSwap to offer swaps between these two tokens." So what actually happened? You go from $60. I mean, you talk about major crash. From $60 a coin to just a fraction of 0 cents. In other words, you pretty much, it's one of those scenarios where you lost everything. What gives? Cuban has also spoke out about Dogecoin before. He's another guy that kind of embraces the future of decentralized finance. There's a lot of financial institutions that need to be concerned by competition from crypto. Wednesday, CoinDesk reported that Cuban had joined the decentralized, what they call the D-Climate Network, that aims to collect and monetize climate data, forecast, and models, and then sell them on. A lot of concerns about the stability of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. Yeah, a lot of that in regards to the use of energy, of course, and that's the reason Elon Musk announced that Tesla was not going to take Bitcoin, because the incredible amount of energy used to mine the coins. And then I guess a few days ago he said something about, well, if we can get Bitcoin to use less energy, we might resume accepting Bitcoin for Tesla. But there you go. All right, so I noticed we had to do a phone reset, huh? Well, I will take care of that while we get our news update here at the top of the hour. And when we come back, if I can get this thing to connect up, it'll be 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
President Biden has made Juneteenth the nation's 12th official holiday. June 19th marks the day in 1865 when Union soldiers told slaves that they were free.
This is a day of profound, in my view, profound weight and profound power. A day in which we remember the moral stain, terrible toll that slavery took on the country and continues to take.
It's the first new federal holiday since Martin Luther King Day was created in 1983. The Supreme Court has dismissed a challenge to the Affordable Care Act. The justices ruled that Texas and other Republican-led states, as well as two individuals, had no right to bring their lawsuit to federal court. The ruling, which was written by liberal Justice Stephen Breyer, didn't decide whether the individual mandate was unconstitutional. This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day. Men, John Jubilee with Energize Health. And I want to just talk to you man to man for a moment. 1/3 of men 50 and over suffer with high blood pressure. That high blood pressure medication has a horrible side effect, worse than death, erectile dysfunction. And it's brutal, but let's just talk about it medically. We have had thousands of people completely reverse diabetes, high blood pressure, irritable bowel syndrome, yes, and ED, raise their testosterone 500 points naturally through the breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Men, if you're intelligent, you're skeptical. I want you to be skeptical. But go log on to our website, energizehealth.com. Click that red button, watch a masterclass, and then watch thousands of men just like you who reversed every single issue that I just mentioned. I don't make a claim. My clients make a claim. EnergizeHealth.com.
The Biden administration said it will invest more than $3 billion in the development and manufacturing of antiviral medicines to create an evolving line of coronavirus treatments. The new plan, called the Antiviral Program for Pandemics, will respond to the call for antivirals to treat COVID-19 with medications that prevent serious illness and death from the disease. The National Institutes of Health, National Institutes of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, and the Biomedical Advancement Research and Development Authority will take part in the program. A tropical storm warning has been issued for much of the Gulf Coast as meteorologists continue to closely watch what the National Hurricane Center has called a potential tropical cyclone 3. Forecasters say the system could further develop into a tropical depression or subtropical storm sometime on Friday. If the system continues to strengthen enough, it could be called Tropical Storm Claudette. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Look, bud, I said your money or your life. I'm thinking it over.
The Great Gildersleeve. The new Edgar Bergenauer with Charlie McCarthy.
Now, if you help me, I'll mow you down.
3 hours a day, 7 days a week of the greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater. Available on many of these radio stations or available on demand anytime at any podcast app by searching USA Classic Radio Theater. USA Classic Radio Theater.
A small town in Georgia is trying to go on its own due to the rising crime waves in nearby Atlanta. USA Radio Network's Tim Berg has the story.
In the Atlanta community of Buckhead, the debate over becoming an independent city has been brewing on and off for decades. Now, amid a spike in crime, calls to split from Atlanta have grown louder than ever. Homicides are up by 63% compared to the same time last year and up 43% compared to the same period in 2019. The city has seen more than 300 shooting incidents since the start of the year, up 45% from what it recorded last year at the same time, and up 55% from 2019. Bill White is the chairman and CEO of the Buckhead City Committee. He tells Fox News enough is enough.
We are living in a war zone. That's how we describe living in Buckhead. And what has happened here in the last several years is an incredibly dangerous spike in crime and a complete vacuum of leadership. The police in Atlanta are great policemen and women. We love them. They just want to do their job, and they're not being allowed to do that.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
You can listen to current news, updated hourly, or search through the archives and find a story that aired days ago. Listen to all the news, all the time, at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Just checking out our forecast here for our region, Southwest Ohio, which we know later on today, Friday afternoon and evening, talking about possibly some severe weather. And they're also saying greater Cincinnati will still be under a slight risk for severe weather and a slight risk for excessive rainfall through Saturday. Areas further north, including Dayton, Columbus, would be under an enhanced risk for severe weather. they've got that, like the 5-scale category from marginal to a slight risk to an enhanced risk. So that's number 3, midway up the scale, an enhanced risk today from right through the heart of Indiana, through much of central and on into northern portions of Ohio. So Columbus, Dayton, Cleveland, Richmond, Indiana, all in that enhanced risk. Cincinnati's just a little south of the enhanced risk, more like in the slight risk category, but we could see some rain. Rain went out. The reason I hate to see that is our friends at the Vina Colette have their art and craft festival slated for this Saturday. It would be the 2nd annual Bluegrass Music Art and Craft Festival. It's always a good time. Yeah, beautiful place there. We've been there many times over the years. Vina Colette, a beautiful winery, the Acres and Acres. And see who they had featured this weekend. Vernon McIntyre's Appalachian Grass performing live. The Hamiltons, Ma Crow and Company, Peas in a Pod. And the second time around, Bluegrass. Several bands. I think music's supposed to run like all day. Trying to check the schedule here. All right, starts at 11 a.m., goes to 11 p.m. Full day of, they were hoping, fun in the sun. I actually got to MC for the 1st annual Bluegrass Music Art and Craft Festival last year. So again, let me see here. Got the little message from Kim. Craft show from 11 to 7. The music runs from noon till 11 p.m. Food available in the gazebo. I've got 35 craft vendors, wine tasting, got the beer booth, good time. And we're hoping to be there if Mother Nature will stay out of the way. Meanwhile, let me see here. Let's get kind of like on our local forecast. Severe weather possible late Friday afternoon to Friday night. We're going to start with heat indices later on this afternoon in the middle to upper 90s. So, yeah, priming the atmosphere. Then the storms are going to roll into the area. Damaging wind will be the primary threat. Could see some isolated large hail also possible. Now, that's more along the line of the Cincinnati area specifically. Let me take you out to the Storm Prediction Center because there's a much broader area. Scattered severe storms will be possible Friday across Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio. Severe gusts, possibly significant, will be capable of swaths of wind damage. With the more intense storms, a couple of tornadoes are possible in addition to large hail. They break it down. The synopsis looks like this. A belt of strengthening mid-level westerly flow will develop across the upper Midwest, the Great Lakes, and northern Ohio Valley today, in association with an amplifying shortwave trough. Upper-level high pressure will persist over the southwestern U.S. A cold front is going to extend from eastern Michigan southwest into the central high plains by later this afternoon. As that warm front moves east across Indiana, Ohio, western Pennsylvania. The tropical low over the western Gulf of Mexico is going to strengthen into a tropical storm before moving inland across the Louisiana coast early Saturday morning. It's a complex forecast today, with ongoing morning storms influencing the severe risk developing later in the day. Expectations are for thunderstorms to move across southern lower Michigan, northern portions of Indiana and Ohio this morning, with redevelopment or re-intensification of those storms during the afternoon, along what they call an outflow boundary in the cold front, as strong instability develops. In the wake of that eastward-moving warm front, mid-level flow will increase to 35 to 50 knots, providing plenty of wind shear for supercells, with a risk for severe hail and wind and a conditional tornado threat. for storms in the vicinity of that boundary where low-level SRH will be maximized. So this is going to lead to both supercell and linear storm modes, lines of storms, in other words, with time and the increased risk for damaging winds. So I guess typically you start off with the supercells, which can bring you the large hail, possible tornadoes, and typically, eventually, they all kind of congeal into a solid line, which along that line is where you get the big-time straight-line winds, which, matter of fact, that's kind of what has come to fruition as we've been, since the midnight hour when we started. We had isolated storms back in parts of Wisconsin. I mentioned Madison was going to see. Yeah, we have a line of thunderstorms that have kind of congealed that now stretches from the east central portions of Wisconsin. You've got this line making a beeline toward Milwaukee. You've got rain in Milwaukee, but the winds are coming. Madison, the leading edge of that line has already passed through, but you've got another batch of thunderstorms pushing into Madison, Wisconsin as we speak. So let me see here. Some of these storms now reaching into northwestern portions of Illinois. Probably later this morning, making a line towards Chicago with some strong winds. Nothing popping up yet in Indiana and Ohio, but that whole zone is going to be dropping through the region later on today. So heads up, be aware. I'm thinking we're probably going to have to take down some of the outdoor hanging plants. You got a nice canopy up out there for the pool and the pool umbrellas. Well, I guess we'll have to plan on battening down the hatches later today. All right, looking at 12 past the hour. Get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Hello, Steve. Thanks for dialing us back up.
Yeah, that was kind of weird, Steve. How you doing?
Doing all right.
Yeah, I was on hold for about 20 minutes. All of a sudden, it said the show has ended.
When I hit I didn't do the phone reset at 3:30. I forgot. So that's when you hit that 4 o'clock hour, it's like, hey, the show's over. It's like, so I had to got to reset the phones.
But, yeah, I got to make a trip up to Chicago later today. I got to take up an empty U-Haul, so trailer. I'm just hoping those storms stay north, because I'm going to be trekking through, probably going to take I-57 straight up. It's better than taking 65. 65 is just so much construction. So I'll be going through Effingham, Champaign, Kankakee. I just hope all that stuff stays north, up north of Wisconsin.
Yeah, the way things are looking, man, I think you're gonna be running into the belly of the heart of the storm, Steve. I hate to tell you.
Yeah, it's. I've been looking at the radar. It's tough to. Seems like they're having a tough time, picking out where it's going to be and when it's going to pop up. But yeah, I might be making a few stops. Just to let it pass.
Pull over to ride out the storm, as they say.
Yeah. So anyway, one thing I want to mention real quick. You talked about the ammo shortage, and I think it was Heat Wave last night that was saying he can't get ammo anywhere, and then all this ammo that got confiscated down by the border. I found out lately ammo's been in pretty good supply on some of these websites. As far as the gun stores go and stuff, it's hard to find. But if you type in the type of ammo that you're looking for, you've got quite a few options on different types of ammo that you can purchase from a lot of these different companies, and they ship it right to your door, no problem. So I haven't had an issue doing that. Some stuff's easier to find than others, but it's out there if you search on the internet for it. And the prices seem to be coming down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Not much, but a little bit. So, Steve, you know what's really bothering me? Listening to that news, that USA News you guys have, they've been playing that Biden clip over and over and over about the Juneteenth day.
Juneteenth, yes.
You know, where he says...
it's like top and bottom of the hour, every hour, every. It seems like it's in every break, every news break.
Yeah, I want to take the hammer to the radio, but he's saying how it's a stain on the country, you know, from the past, and it continues to be. What a crock of crap that is, Steve. You know, I mean, this is 2021. Black men are free. All black men are free. Am I right?
Absolutely.
You know, my neighbor next door is black, Steve. I just met the guy 2 weeks ago. Nice gentleman. He works at the Nissan plant in Tennessee. He's got a great job. His wife's a school teacher. He drives a better car than me. So last time I checked, Steve, black men are free in this country. I mean, this is absolute bullcrap. This CRT that they're pushing, this you know, making white people feel shameful and guilty as charged. I mean, for something that happened, you know, 200 years ago, 90% of the people that live in this country, our ancestors weren't even here yet. But they're blaming us. It's just appalling. It really is. And I bring this up to black people, too. And they're offended by it.
Interesting.
And if you're, you know, and if you're a black man bringing this up, you know, something that happened 150, 200 years ago, then that's your problem. You've got a problem, not me. I'm not a racist. And here's the other thing, Steve. It's such a big lie. Do you know the first person to own a slave in this country? Do you know what his skin color was?
I believe he was black.
He was black. Another bingo for you, Steve. That's 3 nights in a row.
Yep.
I mean, it's just absolutely sickening. Listen to this buffoon, this imbecile that we've got in the Oval Office, and all his puppets pulling the strings. You know, it's the narrative. Just like with the defunding the police, Steve. You know, all the cops that were attacked, that were assaulted in the summer, cops were killed, people were killed, but they're defunding the police. But you know what they're doing in Washington, D.C.? They're handing out gold medals to the D.C. police for January 6th. They're handing out gold medals. I don't know if you heard that or not.
I did not hear that. I mean, how do you get gold medals if your force was an abysmal failure that day?
Exactly. They're not praising the cops that tried to defend the federal courthouse in Portland for the last year. I think that's still going on over there, but you don't hear about it. You know, about the 30 police officers that died in the summer, did they get a gold medal? You know, here's the thing, Steve. It's only when Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer at the National Guard and the cops to protect them. But screw America, because they don't give a damn about America. They don't care about us. That's why the crime is up. The killings. You know, I'm on the road at night. My wife's home by herself at night in a neighborhood we've never lived in before. So far, it seems like a nice neighborhood. But you get out of that neighborhood around Nashville, and I'll tell you what, it's like being in East Los Angeles. So what did I do? I put an alarm on the house. I got my guns loaded. I put kick plates by the doors so I would feel safe at night being out on the road,
right?
Knowing that she's going to be okay. I shouldn't have to do that in America, Steve.
Yeah, you know,
but they don't give a damn about us.
There was a time when we could, you could run up to the store and not even lock your front door because you didn't have any concerns about somebody trying to break in your home. Yep, those days are long gone, aren't they? All right, couple of quick from the email bag. Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Vic says, I mentioned the whole crypto thing, the Titan coin collapse. He said, it wasn't only cryptos that collapsed. Grains took a major hit. Soybeans were down over $1 Thursday. I'll have to check out the daily limit rules. Yeah, time was only current delivery month. Could exceed the 30-cent limit. Information's been very scarce, though. Weather in the Federal Reserve is the current excuse, but there's got to be more to the story, he says. All right, I know you'll do some digging and see what you can find there, Vic. Norman checking in. He said, another great show. Makes my run to Nebraska more interesting. I like hearing the regular callers. I made it to the gate. So there you go. We helped Norman make it through another night. Morning, Sylvester.
Hey, brother. I like the passion of people when they call in. But people, please make sure that you actually go through and verify some of the claims that you hear on the internet and all that kind of thing. I'm not going to go into too much more than that. But, so the whole thing with China, and that goes with anything I tell you too. You get the other thing I sent you?
I was just apparently had another incursion this past day. Was this another big one or small one? I haven't got to look at it yet.
Well, they're not small. I mean, this was another 10 aircraft, 9, 10, and these were all jet fighters. I mean, J-11s and J-16s, which are equivalent to the Russian Su-27 and Su-30. The key to look at, though, is especially on the one, I think I sent you the other link afterwards about the incursion from Tuesday. The incursion from Tuesday was significant because of where they flew. It wasn't just that they flew or how many they flew, it's where they flew. Did you get that last one that I sent you about that and showed the actual location where they were?
I
see that?
I think so.
Because if you scroll to the bottom of it, it's Taiwan News.
Yeah, okay. I'm looking at it. So they got a map on it, and I guess what is that? The strait that they're showing there?
Yeah. That's if you look to see where they actually flew, and you see how they fly kind of to the southeastern side of Taiwan. They've never done that, and the reason why they're doing that is to demonstrate that if they fly over there, then they have because right. So there was a thing in there that you were reading about the like the hidden or the buried
the air bases in the side of the mountain, the hangars that are the hidden. Yeah,
exactly. So if you read about that, but what they're not telling you is that actually, if you read the report, they kind of tell you that how that they were being tracked and all this kind of stuff. They launched aircraft against them and all this kind of stuff. What a lot of people are just thinking, oh yeah, well they're sending people over there and they're kind of just having a look. No, if you look, see what all they have with them. The last one on Tuesday, if you see that they've got electronic warfare aircraft, as they fly into that area, the air defense identification zone, they're constantly being scanned by different types of radar and different types of devices. That electronics warfare aircraft is actually taking that information in and looking to see how they're doing it, what their tactics are to respond, and determining what systems that they have where they're located, because that's really critical for them if they ever do attack, exactly where they're all located and how they're going to respond. The reason why they flew to the southeastern side there is because that then gives them a better understanding in the three-dimensional zone around the entire island of Taiwan. It's critical that people understand the significance of what is happening here, right? You were talking about how much crude oil goes through there. The majority of the crude oil goes through there because it's going to China. The amount of other, goods that go in and out of there. All imports that go to Europe from Korea, Japan, go through there. And China, obviously. But it's really critical to understand how significant what's going on is. This never happened. This has never been this extreme. If you read what the Taiwanese perspective, I'm on a Taiwanese Facebook page that talks about all the different incursions and the Chinese, the aircraft that are coming in and doing their thing. And it's interesting to see what the Taiwanese are saying. There is a huge number. There are a huge number of Chinese who live in Taiwan now. China is not Taiwan, whether they like to try to say that it is. But there are still a number of Chinese that are on these Facebook pages and things like that. And some of the responses are, it's kind of like this, Steve. If Cuba decided that if Cuba was Manhattan. If Manhattan had separated from the United States 60 years ago, and then we decided to take it back, how much of an issue do you think that would be?
As far as
it would be tough?
As far as difficulty taking it back, no, yeah, we know China has, Taiwan has no chance, defending themselves unless the rest of the world gets involved, and then you're talking World War III, and I think China pretty much knows that. Are they trying to intimidate Taiwan to maybe fire an anti-aircraft missile or something to be a spark to say so they can say they started it kind of thing?
Look, I've read that, but I've also read if you read one of the reports that I sent you, they were basically saying, look, you guys really need to turn back. Something bad is going to happen if you don't do this. Taiwan is warning them. Look, because they're getting more and more bold. If you look at that map where the bombers flew, those H-6 bombers, it was so clear that it was done for intimidation. Also, that right behind them were the electronic warfare aircraft, keeping track of what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
But are they trying to provoke a reaction? Well, they sent up the Taiwanese sent up a number of aircraft to track and to defend. So I don't know. Maybe that will happen. I hope not.
But that's, all it would take is one little spark, and suddenly you've got a massive fire, and the world as we know it changing dramatically. What he's talking about is with that incursion that occurred on Tuesday, like 9:20 a.m. Taiwan's military directed a radio broadcast to those planes, the Chinese craft, stating, "Attention, you have entered my airspace, which is affecting my flight safety. Turn around immediately and leave." The broadcast then added the unusual warning, quote, "If anything happens, you are responsible for the consequences." After a broadcast at 8:20 a.m., a response from an unidentified pilot was overheard. The pilot's Mandarin accent sounded distinctly like that associated with China, as he said, "This is the high seas, okay? Read some books." So they're out over the open waters, but what are they? I guess they're trying to say, we're not in your airspace. This is the open seas, eh? But with each passing incident, obviously tensions are getting higher and higher. We'll get our news break here and come back with our final segment on a Friday morning. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Police in Phoenix say one person has died and 3 others were shot. Also, 9 others were injured after a series of shootings that took place over 90 minutes in 3 different cities.
We don't know what the motive was. We don't have an idea of what this person was thinking when he went out and did this. Obviously, we want to figure that out. Because there's a lot of scared people and a lot of people who this affected.
Peoria Police Sergeant Brendan Shepard says they now have a suspect in custody. Peoria, Surprise, and Glendale Police are all investigating the shootings in their city, along with the Arizona Department of Public Safety. A tropical storm warning was issued for parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama as a potential tropical cyclone makes its way toward the northern Gulf Coast. Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards has declared a state of emergency ahead of the storm. This is USA Radio News.
So here's the choice. Some people say the USA is finished. It's evil, a has-been, full of hate and injustice. The U.S. Constitution should be trashed and the Bill of Rights abolished. No free speech, no gun ownership. Competition and free markets are bad. We're all too stupid. For our own good, the government must own everything and know all your secrets.
Other people say that America has created the freest, richest, happiest, most generous society that has ever existed in the world. That's why millions of people are desperate to come here and escape their brutal lives in Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and 100 other countries.
In America, we have the right to succeed, the right to our own living, the right to have a family, the right to believe in God, the right to have our own ideas, the right to be safe and secure, and the right to be left alone.
Where do you stand? Help us save the Constitution and restore the American dream. Go to SaveMyFreedom.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hey, Matt, I meant to give an update earlier. Thursday, of course, yesterday was Joel Morrow's the big day, surgery day, have that heart valve replacement. And I'm not sure exactly what time he went in for surgery. He did post early in the day, real early. His arrival there at Central Ohio's best hospital for cardiology and heart surgery, the Ohio State University Wexner Medical Center. I did see, about 12 hours ago, well, it was a little after 4 o'clock this past afternoon, Penny said Joel is out of surgery, everything went well. And then a couple hours later, she posted a photograph. Joel in the recovery. His eyes were open. He was trying to muster up a little bit of a smile, but that's a hell of a surgery he went through. So at this point, he'll be on the mend, right? I guess the plan is a few days. Go home early next week, I believe, and then you got to start the process of daily exercise, walking, get everything settled in. So, but good news is that he did make it through the surgery. Everything went well. So thanks to Penny for the update. We see for many months now, we've been hearing about the housing market has been just on fire. You put a house on the market, and in many cases within an hour or that same day, the house is sold. But in many occasions, say they ask 180,000, people are putting in bids for 183,000, 185,000. I mean, bidding higher than even the asking price. That's been the trend. The national medium wholesale price hit a record high of $377,200 in May, up a record 26% year over year, according to the report from Redfin. The housing market also set new records for home selling speeds and competition. Seasonally adjusted home sales and new listings flattened from April. Leading indicators of housing market activity are also declining into the month of June. The pace of the market may be slowing a bit, but here's some of the all-time records, according to Redfin's data that goes back about 9 years. The number of homes for sale fell to a record low, down 27% from this time a year ago. The typical home sold in just 16 days, a record low, down from 38 days in May of last year. Here's the big one. 54% of homes sold for more than list price. 54% of homes paying more than the asking price. You know, what would the trend had always been? Well, they're asking 180. All right, well, let's put a bid in for 165. Just, see if they take the bait. And if no, we'll bump it up to 170. You see if they'll take that. Now, you're lowballing. You've got a bid over the asking price. It's crazy, the housing market. But let me see here. The Jolly Green Giant, good morning.
Good morning. I wanted to ask about, has anybody heard about, Floyd was found, the police officer that killed Floyd was found guilty. Has anybody heard about what sentence he got?
The sentencing has not occurred yet. I'm not sure exactly what date that's going to be.
Well, it's a crying shame, but I was just, I'm wondering what's taking so long,
Mm-hmm.
And I think that, I don't want to see the man go to prison for the rest of his life for a very, very poor decision. Though I definitely believe that he should serve some time for what he did.
Mm-hmm.
But
I did a quick look here,
we're going to be taking up a collection for Sex Maniac. He's been trying to sell his house, and he can't find anybody to buy his doghouse in the backyard. His wife's got him sleeping in the doghouse in the backyard. And another thing, we're going to take a collection up for the Slam Fest there in Cincinnati on July 4th. Poor Fly Rod there. It doesn't have air conditioning in this truck, and I kind of feel sorry for him. So I think we're going to take up a collection, and we're going to get his air conditioning fixed in his big truck. And he can't continue on working in that Georgia hot weather. So I just want to let you know that we're going to try to help these two drivers out. I realize they're just going through a rough time,
Right.
But either way, I want you to have a good weekend. Bothering you again next week, I assure you. Take care and have a good weekend there,
Okay,
Steve.
we will just look forward to that. Yes, I did it. I pulled it up there. Chauvin's sentencing is scheduled for next Friday, June the 25th. He is being held in solitary confinement at Minnesota prison, again, scheduled for sentencing June the 25th. He's eligible for up to 40 years. So, let's see. Yeah, the sentencing was supposed to have occurred already, but for whatever reason, they pushed it back. It was supposed to take place, I guess, earlier this week. Should have been like this past Wednesday. They bumped it for June the 25th. So they bumped it a little over a week due to some sort of a scheduling conflict. Hearing time is, 1:30 in the afternoon Central Time. So about a week from now will be the day of sentencing. I wonder if that's going to be a day of heightened tension on the streets in Minneapolis. What's happening, Fly Rod?
Well, greetings and salutations, Mr. Steve Sommers. How are you this morning?
Doing well. Happy Friday.
It is a happy Friday. I'm just so excited it is Friday, finally. We made it to the weekend. Do you and Lisa have any plans this weekend?
I think we're going to do a swimming day here on Friday. Saturday, we were planning to go to the Art and Craft Festival and the Bluegrass Music there at the Vinnicolette. If weather holds, that's the plan.
I'd love to go up there and try that place out. From all the things you've told us over the years about that, I'd love to go up and check that out. I'm going to take my wife down to Callaway Gardens tomorrow. Have you ever been down there?
I have not. I've heard about it, but I've never been there.
Yeah, I'll post some pictures over the weekend. I appreciate Jolly Green Giant wanting to take up a collection. I never thought about a GoFundMe page. Maybe I should do that. I get these fellas like Chevy Guy and see who else continuously haggles me about not having air conditioner. Chevy Guy's the worst. He'll call me up and he'll tell me how cold it is inside his cab, and he's got a blanket around his legs, and he'll ask me how hot it is down there in Georgia. Just to grind glass into my skin. But whatever. But yeah, maybe I should take up a collection. I'll tell you what, boys. You want to send me $19.95 plus $3 shipping and handling? I'll take it, and I'll get the air conditioning fixed. And in return, I will send each of you a autographed Cooking with Cicadas cookbook. How does that sound?
So, have you priced getting the AC fixed? Is it a pretty expensive deal?
Yes, it would need a total revamp on the air conditioning.
Okay.
We're not going to keep this truck. We're going to trade it in and get a newer one here very shortly. Within the next 2 weeks. So it's just one of those things where
okay. So.
I'm able to grin and bear it and grind it out. So that's what I'm going to do. Now, Steve, real quick, I wanted to tell you, in all sincerity, every morning, me like so many other of these drivers out here, we get on here and we love talking to each other. We love talking to you. We love you giving us an opportunity to voice our opinion and just have fun at the same time. Steve, with all sincerity, on behalf of all these other men and women, thank you so much for doing what you do, and you've done it for so many years. You're a true professional, and I just love this show. And Steve, thank you so much. Thanks to Chris Gabrelchuk once again. You never get tired of telling you how grateful and how thankful we are for you.
Hey,
but on the rest,
I'm
welcome.
happy to be here, Fly Rod. Thank you so much. Yes, absolutely.
But have a great weekend, Steve, and everyone else. Be safe.
Have a good time with Better Half there at Callaway Gardens. Yeah, I'll be looking for some of those photos. Should be fun. Illinois State Police have announced that they're seeking a truck driver following a fatal motorcycle accident that occurred last week on I-80. They shared a post on Facebook indicating they're seeking a truck driver who may have been a non-contact vehicle, like not involved in the accident, in a motorcycle crash that killed a 25-year-old Illinois resident, Devon Wade. This is going back to June the 9th is when the crash occurred, 7:43 a.m. on I-80 westbound at the 126-mile marker. Troopers say Wade lost control, stuck the median pole, was taken to the hospital following the crash, where he was later pronounced dead. Police say that the driver of a white truck tractor, white semi-trailer, who could have been, a non-contact vehicle, reportedly stopped briefly after the crash, but left the scene. According to witnesses, the driver of the commercial motor vehicle did pull over post-crash, exited his truck, walked around, and subsequently left. We're looking to speak to the driver of that semi to see if maybe any passing motorist at the time had a dash cam that may have captured the commercial motor vehicle parked on the shoulder. It's a one-unit crash with no suspicion that the commercial motor vehicle driver is at fault, they say. Some of the local news outlets are reporting that witnesses said the semi-truck cut off Wade's motorcycle and caused him to lose control. So that's what they're looking for. They're seeking information or dash cam video that might show the white semi-truck parked on the shoulder of I-80. Anyone with info is asked to call State Police District 5 headquarters. Again, that is in the state of Illinois. All right, let me get back to the calls quickly here. What do you say, Big Moose?
Hey, bud, I just wanted to drop a line there just to tell people my public service announcement for the day. Do not send 1995 to Georgia. That's a scam. Them cookbooks are non-existent. He's taking that 1995 and buying face paint for Boink and Doink, the tag team duo. So don't nobody need to be supporting that clown. And I tell you something else, too. I hope he don't get that air conditioner fixed in that truck, because that sucker, he's going to learn what a hot box really is when he climbs in that cage on July the 4th. He thinks it's hot in that little aluminum cab. Just waits till he gets that big steel cage. And I'm just telling you, don't be wasting no money on that clown. He's scamming you.
There's a scam artist born every day, so he's one of them, huh?
I'm telling you, buddy, that guy right there is a snake oil salesman. You remember that guy that sold that Indian tonic that time on the Andy Griffith Show?
I do, yes. Yeah, cures everything.
Yeah, remember? And it cures everything. End up getting the whole church league soused, and they was all playing the piano and hooping it up, and they got busted, and they had to haul them all into jail. That's what's going to happen with his supporters. Yeah, that's what. He's leading you down the primrose path to destruction, so don't go that way. If you want to just save that 1995 and buy you a bucket of chicken wings or something, and you can watch Boink and Doink go down like a bad hairball there on July the 4th.
Yep.
So, but that's all I have. I just tell everybody have a good weekend when you get to it, and keep it Twix spotted and solid, and we'll be 1042 for a week or two.
All right. Hope you're feeling better, Big Moose. What do you call him? Do you call him Boink and Doink? Boink and Doink. Face paint. Let's see. Well, yes, sir?
Well, I didn't get in there in time to put a smack across right betwixt his eyes there, but that's all right there, Big Goose. That was very funny, but I have something special for you. I'm going to send up my outhouse and all of its contents. I'm donating it to you to use up there, since you got a crook leg, or so you say. Come to find out, that's not even true. You didn't even have no surgery. You're living it up on some fantasy island somewhere down there in the Mediterranean or something with Gilligan. So I guess that makes you the skipper now. But I just want to let you know that, Steve. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, because Gilligan is actually Mary Ann, right? He's okay. What do you say, Knuckle Buster?
Oh man, they're getting it wound up there, Mr. Steve Sommers. Thanks for taking me back again there. All right, you're gonna get to listen to some great hillbilly music and get to lift that little pinky up in the air this weekend, right?
Well, I won't be sipping wine. I'll tell you that, Knuckle Buster. They lucky for me, they got the beer booth.
I know that's right. All right, well, shoot, man, that's going to be all my baloney for today. I want let's say Sunday is Father's Day, right?
That is correct.
I will take time out to give honor to your heavenly Father also, as well as your earthly father. And You have an awesome, blessed Father's Day, Mr. Steve Summers, and we'll see you around the corner next week, brother.
All right, you do the same. Have a great weekend. Be safe out there. And Big Sexy's going to wrap it up this morning. What's going on, Big Sexy?
I'm afraid I wasn't going to get in there. Afraid I wasn't going to get in there tonight.
You're cutting it close.
Remember on the 100th episode, I was one of the winners, and I still ain't got that gift card yet.
You were, let me see, I'm trying to remember. You were one of the $75 Visa gift card winners, right?
Right. And I still ain't got it yet. I got an email, and I sent them back my address, but I still ain't got it yet. They've been doing some weird stuff. I've got 2 packages that's been here 2 weeks ago. That post office ain't tell where it's at.
Okay.
So, what's going on. Did you get my email I sent you?
Well, what was it about?
Days ago? About a fugitive that died in Alton, Missouri, Oregon County. They didn't even know it was a fugitive. The sheriff went out and done a wellness check on him because the neighbors wanted to check on him, thought something was wrong with him, and he went out and done a check. Had carried on a conversation with him. All that, didn't know that the house was loaded with firearms, ammunition, and he was a federal fugitive.
I did get that story. I don't think I ever got around to sharing that. That was a fascinating story. But now I guess they're gonna auction off a bunch of the weapons and stuff. And yeah, he was living he's living right around the corner from the sheriff's department, right?
Yeah, he was living off the grid. He wasn't paying cash for everything and all that. So there wasn't any credit cards or anything. I guess he didn't have a driver's license. I don't know. But they said his kids declared him dead in 2006 because they hadn't heard from him so that they could sell off property and all that. But they say that the family will get the money from the auction.
Very interesting. Yeah, well, thanks for sharing that with me. Big Sexy, have a great weekend. I guess be careful out there, and we'll talk with you sometime next week. Because, yes, indeed, he wraps it up here on a Friday. And same to you, everyone. Thanks for being a part of the program. Believe it or not, we close out our 115th episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.